When you send our children to school, we're actually the second educators in your children's life because you are the first teachers. And we want to work in partnership with all of you because we can't do this work alone.
Que su voz cuenta y que si nos unimos podemos lograr grandes cosas para nuestros hijos.
I love the diversity of the school district. Whether you know it or not, this district speaks 83 different languages.
To know that the administrative offices, they have my back. Not only my back, but they have my child's back.
Every child, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of income, regardless of need, every child deserves to have their needs met.
No one person can do it alone. The teachers can't do it alone. Administration cannot do it alone. It's going to take the parents, the community.
I'm very thankful for the partnerships that we have with our communities in both cities that represent our school district. We always ask the question, how can we even do this better? And I think that's where community schools come in because that takes us to the next level.
All right, welcome to the April 18th, 2024 regular Board of Education meeting. We're on item 1, open session. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. We're going to move to item A, call to order and roll call. Superintendent, would you mind calling?
Sure. Mr. Clark?
Here.
Ms. Larrett? Here. Ms. Lofthouse? Here. Mr. Reed is not here yet. And Mr. Hui?
Here. Thank you. All right, in a moment, we will be heading to closed session where we will cover any of the following matters: student matters, employer-employee relations, conference with legal counsel, conference with real property negotiators, and personnel matters. Time will be given to the public to comment on any items that we'll be covering in closed session. I don't see any in-person comments, and there are no online comments. So in that case, we'll be recessing to closed session, be back for open session at 6 p.m. All right, calling back to order and welcome everybody to the April 18th, 2024 regular Board of Education meeting. We are now on item 4, back into open session. If you'll please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. That brings us to item 4C, broadcast statement. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and the members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. Brings us to item D, roll call. Superintendent, you mind taking roll?
Mr. Melajar?
Here.
Mr. Merrill?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Ms. Larrett?
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Here.
Mr. Reed, please note for the record, he's absent right now, and Mr. Hui.
Here.
Thank you.
And on to item 5, reporting out closed session. Item A, reporting out closed session actions. Superintendent, is there anything to report out of closed session?
There's no action to report out of closed session tonight.
Thank you. On to item 6, adoption of agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Move it.
Motion by Mr. Clark.
Second.
Second by Mr. Mellinger. Superintendent?
Mr. Mellinger?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. And on to item 7, special presentation, starting with item A, students. We do have one presentation, recognition of winter sports teams and coaches.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hui. And I want to welcome all of our winter sport athletes, teams, coaches, athletes and parents and administrators, all of those that make it possible for our students to participate in athletics. And tonight we have the honor of celebrating our basketball, wrestling, and soccer athletes from the winter season of sport. And with that, I'm going to ask our Director of Athletics to come forward and do the introductions. We'll have teams come forward and we'll be issuing certificates and then asking you to stay for some pictures after. Welcome, Mr. Maroon.
Thank you, Dr. Kaligian, President Hui, and members of the board, distinguished guests and colleagues. I'd like to go out of order if it's okay with you guys. I want to start off with recognizing Lisa Finley. So Lisa, I'm going to ask you to come up here because I don't want to embarrass you, but you also need to get due recognition. Lisa's dedication and impact at Folsom High School athletics program is truly commendable. To celebrate her leadership in athletics, Lisa was recognized recently by the California State Athletic Directors Association for the Sac Joaquin Athletic Director of the Year. Tonight, I'd like to honor her and celebrate her, a shining beacon of commitment and passion for the world of high school athletics. Lisa's journey at Folsom High School spans over 3 decades, during which she has left an indelible mark on the institution, its students, and the entire community. Since her arrival in 1990, Lisa's unwavering dedication to education and sports has been evident in every aspect of her work, from coaching softball and volleyball to assuming pivotal role as the athletic director. She has tirelessly served Folsom High School and its students, embodying the values and integrity of excellence and inclusivity. Under Lisa's guidance, Folsom High School's athletic program has flourished, achieving remarkable success across the multitude of sports. Her leadership has been instrumental in witnessing numerous state and section championships, a testament to her vision and guidance. Moreover, Lisa's advocacy for unified sports, lacrosse, and girls flag football highlights her unwavering commitment to promoting inclusivity and diversity within the athletic community. As one of the few female athletic directors in this section and the only Sierra Foothill athletic director in the Sierra Foothill League, she has shattered barriers and set inspiring examples for future generations. Throughout her tenure, Lisa has faced challenges with grace and resilience, demonstrating unwavering ethics and values that have earned her the respect and admiration of her peers. Her heart and soul are woven into the fabric of Folsom High School athletic legacy, leaving an enduring legacy that will be cherished for years to come. On April 14th, Lisa was recognized by the California State Athletic Directors Association Conference as the Sac Joaquin Section Athletic Director of the Year. Let us extend our heartfelt gratitude for her tireless dedication, unwavering leadership, and profound impact on the lives of countless students and athletes. Lisa, congratulations on behalf of FCUSD, as well as a well-deserved recognition. Your legacy will continue to inspire and lift all of us to follow for years to come.
Thank you. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, thank you so much.
And if I may ask you for one more indulgence, I would love to have a picture of her with the board that we can share with our social media. So Angela, can we do that, please? Thank you, board, for allowing me to do that. A number of times we talked about the number of individuals who are in the background who do all the work that you don't necessarily see, and Lisa has definitely been one of those individuals, so I want to appreciate you guys for letting me do that. Tonight, we're going to recognize some winter sports teams and coaches. We'll start off with Sutter Middle School. Their boys soccer team was the Foothill League league champs. And I don't know if somebody here, is Mr. McPhail here? Okay. The league was formed a few years back, including our 4 middle schools in it with some El Dorado Hills teams. And 2 years ago, we started soccer. So it's great to see our teams compete and excel. So on behalf of the boys soccer team, I'll accept this and get it to Sutter Middle School. Next, Vista Del Lago girls basketball team. I know coaches are here. This is one of those things that I got an opportunity to go down to Golden One Center to watch this. And it's one of those memories that you have that will last forever with you. And one of the things that will commemorate when you sit back and look at the things that have happened in your life and the things you got to witness. This is definitely going to be one of those for me. Marty, come on up. Todd, come on. Or back. Congratulations. Vista Del Lago girls basketball team not only won the Capital Athletic League championship, but they also won the Sac Joaquin Section Division III Section Championship for the first time in school history. On behalf of FCUSD, congratulations, Coach.
Thank you.
We'll be recognizing your athletes individually in a few minutes here, but I want to make sure we give you guys due credit. Also going to recognize is Frank Richmond here. I'm going to give this to you then. On behalf of Folsom, Cordova, I'd like to recognize Coach Richmond for his team's 12th Capital League championship in wrestling. It's the 12th time in a row that Vista Del Lago's wrestling team has won their league championship. Right there. And unfortunately, AAU tournaments have started this weekend, so a number of our students, including some of our coaches, are not here. But the Folsom High girls basketball team are the Sierra Foothill League champs. They are the Sac Joaquin Section Division I runner-ups and the NorCal Open Division semifinalist. Unfortunately, they could not be here, but this year's run that they had towards the state championship was probably the best in school history. So I want to congratulate Coach Lynn Wolking and his staff. And Lisa, if you want to accept this on his behalf, that'd be awesome. Sorry, Denise is here, one of the coaches. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, we're going to start off with Cordova High School student athletes, and these are all league athletes. We also have a Defensive Player of the Year for the girls' soccer team, and I'm going to ask Coach Assistant Principal Cody Owens to come up and help me pass out these certificates, please. I'm going to read them off, and I'll pass them out.
Yeah. All right. First off, go Lancers. So we'll start with boys basketball. When I call your name, just come up, and then we'll hand you the certificate. And then also, we ask you guys to stay up front for a picture. Rayshawn Johnson. Amir Sabir. Girls basketball, Coach Kim, you're here. You can come up too if you would like to help hand out awards. But Jasmine Farrell. I believe straight from a softball game, Becca Lee. All right, for girls soccer, we have Madison Harder. Sydney Murphy. Dejay Valdez, who's also our Defensive Player of the Year for our league. Amelia Nunn. Peyton Garner. For boys soccer, can I get Coach Eric McCann up here? First up is Alejandro Hagere. Mateo Munoz. Edgar Torres. And then Arturo Juarez. For wrestling, we have Khabib Rafi, Suleiman Amiri, Brian Perez, David Kshatriyan, Kamani Williams, and Giselle Lopez.
Just to mention, Giselle has made it twice now to the state championship, so it's awesome to see the program grow continuously. Cordova High School, congratulations, folks. Parents, if you'd like to take a picture, we're going to do first one for the district, and then you're welcome to come up and take a picture with the entire group.
We'll make sure they don't go anywhere. All right. So I am going to ask right here. Okay, awesome. All right, hey, that works. That works. All right, everybody, look up here, please. I promised your family to get photos, so don't move. Okay, family, if you want some photos, come right on up. Don't be shy.
Congratulations, folks. Thank you, guys. Well done job. Next, we're going to recognize Folsom High School's student athletes. We'll start off with the boys basketball. And Lisa, I'm going to ask you to come back up and help me out, please. You just want to go down the list.
Okay,
And
great.
then I'll do the one for, I'm going to call Mike up and recognize him for this one.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay, you ready for me to start? Okay, so we said boys basketball. So Jovan Dulé. Okay, and Chase Rollins. He's very tall. Okay, girls basketball, and I do know they're not here. They have a tournament that they left for. Cameron Mafua, and she was the SFL League MVP. Aaron Bright. Sophia Minderman. Jada Tupo. Ella Uriarty. They were the SFL champs, Sac Joaquin Section Division I second place, and NorCal Open Division semifinalist. The only team that beat us in the end was, at that point, was the ones who were ranked number 1 in the nation. Not just the state, the nation. So soccer boys, Hunter Wexler. And girls soccer, Juliana Sardo. There she is. Shake or hug or. Okay, and you want to do boys wrestling?
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Okay, so we'll do the all league. Boys wrestling, Mas Hatano. Anthony Cruz. Caden Hong. Xander Webster. I didn't know if you want Xander or Alexander. And Alec Coffin. And just real quick, I know he's going to do a little bit more. Masatano and Xander Webster, Webster won divisionals. Folsom qualified 16 male and female athletes for masters, most ever. And Folsom qualified 9 state wrestlers, which was the most ever also. And then, thank you.
Coach Collier, why don't you come on up? So the wrestling program, if you haven't noticed, in Rancho Cordova and in Folsom has just blown up in a good way. And Coach Collier has been with us probably since 2002. Is that right? Okay. He was at UC Davis, had a number of individuals he coached back then that went pro, including Uriah Fabier, thank you. And since then, he has put his efforts into this particular program and team. And this year, obviously, was a pinnacle for him. He's had a number of state championships, but this year, having 9 go to the state is the largest that we've had from the school, so it's awesome. But Moss also had the SFL champ, Division I section champ, state qualifier, top 12 in junior nationals. Chase Minsky was Division I. Go ahead. I'm sorry, you go ahead. Chase Minsky was a Division I section finalist, state qualifier for 2nd straight year. Ryan Hill was the Sac Joaquin Masters finalist and state qualifier. Anthony Cruz, SFL champ and state qualifier. Nicholas Spotswood was a state qualifier. If they're here, they can come up. Yeah, come on up, guys. Sorry, come on up. Ryland Smith was a state qualifier. Preston McAnisich was a state qualifier. Caden Hong is SFL champ, Division I section finalist, Sac Joaquin Masters place winner. Xander Webster was SFL champ, Division I champ, and state qualifier. Alec Coffin was SFL champ, Sac Joaquin Masters place winner. Kinga Majors was SFL champ. Freshman. Annika Scott, which I have known since she was this big. Annika, sorry, also is a state qualifier. She's a freshman as well. The team had the most masters in state qualifier in school history and program, as well as the second in the Division I sections, third in the Sac Joaquin Masters, and a top 25 in the state for all schools in California. Congratulations, guys. And girls. We want to do our picture?
Same thing you heard. I think.
1 second, Terrence.
1 second, I promise. They won't go anywhere until you get. I do need this side to get in. We don't want to get you in. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Look here. Okay. Don't go anywhere. Time for family photos. All right, everybody, come on up. You can go up further. I'm gonna go up further.
Ready? You better smile. First, you weren't smiling big enough.
For you. All right, thank you, Folsom High. Lisa. And Vista Del Lago. Maybe you're here from Vista. Come on up, Marty, you can help me out. Vista Del Lago probably had the most number of all-league athletes. We'll start off with Nathan Cameron, boys basketball all-league player.
I can take anything you want to take.
Ursula Chan, varsity girls basketball all-league.
She's the only one. I'll play an AAU.
Bella Palari, girls basketball. LS Ganars, and she was phenomenal. I believe she was also the MVP for that game, right? The section championship game? Yeah. Garrett Viners, boys soccer. Aiden Calvin, boys soccer. Matthew Edges, boys soccer. Jacob Balston, boys soccer. Aaron Rajesh, boys soccer. Nobody here from soccer at all? Taylor Parasinia, girls soccer. Molly McBride, girls soccer. Taylor Grover, girls soccer. Anna Olson, girls soccer. McKenna Gradick, girls soccer. Joel Ferran, boys varsity wrestling. Donovan Duncan, varsity boys wrestling. Logan Chan, varsity wrestling. Caleb Lemons, boys wrestling. Caden Thurdenberg, boys wrestling. Charles Sanderson, boys wrestling. Sean Ramos, boys wrestling. Michael Ramirez, boys wrestling. Josh Ramos, varsity boys wrestling. Tanish Shiro Carr, boys wrestling. Dylan Keel, boys wrestling. And Lorenzo Becerra, boys wrestling. As I mentioned, wrestling has gotten huge in our district specifically. Rancho's program had a total of 47 athletes in wrestling this year. Folsom High had 72, and Vista had a whopping 63. That's a huge compared to other areas, other schools within our section. So congratulations to Vista Del Lago and their athletes. You guys want to do a picture with these two? Frank, come on up. We need some height.
Okay, all right, I think we got y'all. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
I was switching sides. Thank you, guys. Again, thank you for indulging and allowing me the opportunity to recognize all these student athletes and their programs. And this is truly a love of labor, and I really appreciate the board recognizing all our kids and the things that they do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Maroons, much appreciated. And thank you for all the students and families that came tonight. It's really wonderful to see you. So that then brings us to item 7B, staff presentations. I believe we don't have any staff presentations tonight. And so then on to item 8, public comment. Time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. We do have a few in-person speakers, so we will start with 3 minutes with Meg Mark, followed by Janelle Marion. Welcome, Meg.
Good evening. I am a Folsom High parent since 2018, protesting the change in the minimum school day. This is an extremely unpopular measure taken unilaterally by the school district, opposed by high school Folsom High parents, students, and teachers alike. This change will inevitably destroy the carefully crafted and very successful pause day schedule that has been in effect for 30 years. This schedule has become an institution at Folsom and has helped make it one of the most successful public high schools in the state. Additionally, traditions have grown up around the Friday minimum day as regards numerous student activities, but in particular around supporting our athletic teams. Folsom is known not only for its excellent academics, but also its strong sports program. Folsom High's proud reputation for sports excellence is threatened by this unnecessary schedule change. Folsom's high academic standards are threatened by this change. Student stress levels and success are threatened by this change. Teacher happiness and retention is threatened by this change. And for what? So that there can be more meetings. It makes no sense. I know the board deals with many important and complicated issues and are probably sick of hearing about this one, but that is what makes this so frustrating. While this is important to those families and teachers affected, it is not complicated. The district has not shown a compelling reason for this highly unpopular and disruptive change to Folsom High School. So why is it happening? The board must please act and hold the district accountable. As I have detailed to you all in 2, I think perhaps 3 emails, parents and teachers have gone to the district. The district's response to us was an obfuscating form letter, condescension, and dismissive. Condescending and dismissive. We need our board to intervene to stop this schedule change, or at the very least to make sure the district is dealing with concerns in a respectful, open, and honest manner. To that point, did you know that Folsom High School families have still not received any official notice of this minimum day change that will impact Folsom's schedule so profoundly? Howard Cadenhead told me that this was because, despite repeated requests for guidance, the district has not informed Folsom High how they want that information handed out. Perhaps if the district has its way, the bulk of Folsom High families will not find out about this change until the first day of next year. It is obvious what is going on here. The district is stonewalling in the hope the opposition to this change will never gain traction and will simply give up. What a terrible message to send the young people of Folsom High, who were from the start the leaders in opposing the minimum day change. Please help us save the unique, popular, and effective Folsom High schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Janelle Marion, followed by Jessica Waugh.
Hi, thank you so much for your time today. I'm a parent to 2 children at Gold Ridge Elementary, and I also volunteer a great deal of time to lead a program that I created for gardening at our school. And so it was through this program that I discovered a really tragic problem that I would like to address with you. Mr. Clark, you happened to be there in the January a few years ago when we were putting bulbs into the ground. I noticed the glyphosate sign being hung at our school. And then I saw a few weeks later after that some of our flowers were dying. These flowers were planted in places where children sit to eat their snacks, play around, walk on, and spend a great deal of their time breathing the air around it. So I'm asking for a change district-wide on the use of Roundup with the key ingredient of glyphosate. So as a nurse, I can tell you the effects that are harmful in the body. As a triple-negative breast cancer survivor at a young age, I can tell you that this is problematic system-wide, and I'd like to just share a few more words to explain the harmful effects of Roundup. Using Roundup on school grounds poses significant health and environmental risks that warrant its exclusion from school maintenance practices. Roundup, a widely used herbicide containing glyphosate, has been linked to various adverse health effects, including cancer, reproductive issues, and disruptions to the endocrine and especially the gut microbiome. Several studies have shown a correlation between glyphosate exposure and increased risk to non-Hodgkin lymphoma and other cancers. Children in particular are more vulnerable to the harmful effects of glyphosate due to their smaller size, developing bodies, and higher likelihood of exposure through playing on treated surfaces or ingesting contaminated soil. Moreover, the chemical can persist in the environment for extended periods, potentially contaminating water sources and harming non-targeted organisms such as insects and wildlife. While the potential risks associated with glyphosate exposure given the potential risks associated with glyphosate exposure, many communities and organizations worldwide have taken steps to restrict or ban its use in public spaces. By abstaining from spraying Roundup on school grounds, the school board demonstrates a commitment to prioritizing the health and safety of students, staff, and surrounding community. Alternative methods for weed control, such as manual removal, mulching, and the use of organic herbicides, which I know we have on hand because I've already spoken with the head of maintenance and operations, but we're choosing not to use it, offer effective and safer alternatives to Roundup. These methods not only eliminate the risks associated with glyphosate exposure, but also promote environmental sustainability and contribute to creating healthier school environments. The decision to refrain from using Roundup on school grounds aligns with the school board's responsibility to provide a safe and healthy learning environment for students and for staff. By adopting alternative weed control methods, the school can mitigate potential health risks, protect the environment, and set a positive example for the broader community. We do have someone on hand that can help us, but I'm hoping that we can just have a positive conversation now that we know the problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Waugh. That's the last in-person comment card I have. If you do have one you would like to fill out and speak in person, if you don't mind filling out, you can hand it to Rochelle over here and she'll pass it up to me.
Good evening, Dr. Collegian and board. I have decided to postpone the comments that I had originally prepared for this evening. I think much of my feelings were captured in an email to you just shortly before this board meeting started. However, since I'm up here, I'd like to take a second to acknowledge the incredible women that I work with at Russell Ranch. The site has been through a lot. It's been a year, but it's been such an honor to serve our community and our students alongside these great women. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, we will take it online, see if there's anybody online that would like to comment. Seeing no online public comments. So that's all the in-person comments I have and all the online. I know you have one in the back, is it? Yeah. Well, feel free, if you're ready now, you're welcome up to speak. We're gonna be moving on from public comment now, so if you would like to speak, be a good time to do it. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. Thank you.
My name is Dejani Relaford. Hi, you guys. There are serious problems in our school. White Rock Elementary and Folsom Cordova Unified District in Rancho Cordova has created an environment where my son is being bullied, victimized by racism, and is being underserved emotionally and academically. Ms. Yukimoto Close Classroom fosters an environment that supports racial empathy, harassment, bullying, and racial injustice, potentially ruinous to my son's Rajon Washington long-term development. Rajon told his teacher, the school administration, and me that he has been continuously been called the N-word as well as other racial slurs, even receiving a voicemail being called multiple N-words. My son is an African-American who is only 8 years old. He continued to face racial hatred and barriers created by his teacher and his peers, supported by his principal. No one has attempted to help him, or prevent these events from inhibiting his academics progress. Indeed, these actions are outlined in the school district bylaws as behaviors that should be met with his strictest discipline. I can't even talk, sorry. That has not happened. In fact, his diagnosed condition entitles him to have extra staffing and protection against peer and staff ridicule. Although his teacher concedes that he is so academically advanced that he is consistently helping his peers with their work, after completing his own work early, the ongoing cruelty has resulted in my son's increased absentness from being unsafe at school. Additionally, this emotional torture has caused my son to lose confidence in himself as his peers are relentless in verbal assaults, demeaning and belittling him based on the color of his skin. To no avail, I have made multiple attempts to work with the staff and administrations to rectify the situation between my child, the teacher, and the children in the classroom. My ongoing efforts to communicate with parents and school admin have continued since February 2024. It has been a long, stressful time for my son. I am writing this letter because I am afraid that my son will suffer long-term PTSD. He may develop anxiety, depression, and self-hatred. This uncontrolled, unsafe environment may possibly result in his being physically hurt by another student due to his school's inaction, which basically condones hate-based racism. Please, can you help by sharing his story to bring awareness to bullying, racism, and suicide prevention? I have documentation and even just a disturbing voicemail that breaks my heart every time I hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if you bear with us just for a minute, I see one more card coming in. Just gonna check it, see if it's a okay. Looks like we have one last in-person. All right, Nalima Patel, welcome.
Hi. I'm going to speak about Measure M and funding for new schools. So Measure M has been a huge mess. It has caused so much stress and wasted time for parents in both Folsom and Rancho Cordova. We need to learn from Measure M. It appears the staff is proposing a $1.6 billion district-wide bond funding 6 schools over 20 years. This bond seems to be a bigger version of Measure M, destined to have a lot of the same issues. Rancho Cordova and Folsom are 2 cities with 2 very different needs right now. Folsom needs to build new schools, and Rancho Cordova needs to maintain existing schools. There are many issues with the district-wide $2 billion mega bond. First, this bond could end up being close to $2 billion because we will need to promise something to all stakeholders. We could negate the benefit of spreading the tax burden over a large district-wide AV because we must spend so much extra money just to get everyone to vote for it. 2, based on district estimates, the next 3 schools likely need to be built in Folsom. Are Rancho Cordova residents going to be okay with this? 3, what happens if there is massive inflation again? We run out of money to build all the schools that were promised. 4, district-wide bonds sets us up to continue to disagree over where and when to spend bond money, where to build schools, and how much of the funding each city gets. 5, estimates over 20 years can be wrong. Demographics can change. Development can increase or stall. These bonds do not incentivize us to adapt to current circumstances and use money in a financially responsible way. Everyone will continue to push for what they think was promised to them, even if that no longer makes sense. 6, residents are wary of these mega bonds after Measure M. We want project-specific bonds that give residents more control over budgets for each project. 7, the board is pressured to make decisions that are not in the best interest of the district or students due to political pressures and equity concerns. Building schools where they are not needed costs everyone more money and has long-term negative effects on our communities. I want a solution that does not set Folsom and Rancho Cordova residents up to disagree for the next 20 years. This is paralyzing our district. A new high school is needed in Folsom now, but after several months, we do not seem to be any closer to making that happen. The board should also be considering each city funding new schools with SFID citywide bonds. In addition, a separate district-wide maintenance bond to fund improvements at all FCUSD schools and build district buildings can be structured so both cities can get benefits at the same time. Separate citywide bonds to fund new schools can be project-specific to fund only schools needed soon. We can create reasonable budgets based on accurate costs and estimates. If demographics shift or development changes, the city paying for the bond is incentivized to be financially responsible and change plans to meet current needs. The board should be asking for resident feedback on both citywide and district-wide bond solutions. Thank you.
All right, we do have another in-person.
That was agenda item 2, that last one.
Yes. No, this one's not. Oh, forgive me, I'm having trouble reading the first name. B-O-C, Asia? Sorry, I should be able to get that. Barry Acias, welcome. Decided not to bring your glasses tonight. That was a bad move.
It's all good.
Welcome.
Barry Axius. I think that I'm very concerned about how Black parents and Black children are being treated in the school district. I've had multiple times where I've dealt with parents, families, been on the news supporting them, but this is the first time that I've come here to the board, usually because I'm hopefully allowing you guys to look at the issues and the problems that we're having in the school district. These are multiple issues. These issues are not just isolated in one particular school, but I have been dealing with this for the last 5 years in the school district helping families. This mother, this brave mother who has an 8-year-old child who has been ridiculed and bullied by racist antics, racist words by a classmate, this multiple times since, January? Since January, and we're here in April, and the thing has not been addressed. I've just seen it multiple times happen in the school district, that there's not a sense of urgency, a sense of awareness. Some of the teachers are not culturally competent to understand that Black children are not being protected. I go back to when the young Black girl in high school was being ridiculed by her white students who thought she thought that was her friends, and they were talking about her hair. And so when I listened to these voice messages of this young boy using this vulgar racist language at 8 years old, I don't know if you guys think this is a joke and this is how kids play, but if you listen to the words, the impact that it leaves on a child who's only 8 years old, who thinks these kids are his friends, it leaves a long-lasting effect. And I just don't think that the district as a whole has done enough to protect Black children. We should not be here in April, not with any resolution or any zero tolerance policy to be able to protect not only students, but be able to advocate for the parents, where outsiders outside your district who see the issues are coming and saying, we have a big problem. So I'm committed, as I'm hoping that you guys are committed, to really find some positive ways to not only intercept, but be brave enough to challenge not only our students, the faculties, our teachers, as well as other members in this district, in this community, to change their viewpoints and how we deal and socialize with Black students. This is a big problem. It's a big issue, not only in this school district and many school districts outside of here, but in this school district particularly, it seems like every other year there is some type of racist caliber of an experience that so many of my families are dealing with, and we can trace it back from year end. And I just think that we need to do a bit more to protect Black students and allow Black mothers or fathers to have a voice in change in the school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barry. All right, that ends public comment. Brings us to item 9, reports of district organizations. We'll start with our Student Advisory Board.
Thank you, Mr. President. So at our previous SAB meeting, we discussed the planning for International Night as well as plans for next year's batch of the Student Advisory Board. I have two things to highlight. One is that we have our district-wide International Night on April 30th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. at Cordova High's Performing Arts Center. This is a night of cultural exhibits and performances, and we do encourage everyone to attend. Attendance is free. And next, we also have SAB elections for next year, and I'm proud to share that we have 8 unique candidates, both juniors and seniors across this district, across all 3 high schools, who are running for the position of student board member. We have some in attendance tonight. And I'm proud to share that we have over 60 students for next year's batch of SAB. So I'm proud to share that we have continued this legacy of student advocacy, and I hope to see more of that in the future. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mr. Manager. California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Klegian. As we work our way to the end of the school year, which is rapidly approaching, open enrollment will be here even sooner. With rate increases that are reaching 20% on 2 of our 3 carriers, we are looking at a very real problem. Coming in the 24-25 school year, the employee absorbs any cost increase to medical, and for some, that is going to be a cost they can't afford, which will cause them to have to either look at other means of medical or find a different job. We have encouraged our folks to educate themselves on high deductible plans and HSA accounts, which may help in some cases, but for many, especially if under 8 hours, the cost is going to cripple their income. They will be working strictly for health benefits if they are not already. Our hope is that we can fix this problem in negotiations, and we will be counting on board to help fix this issue that has progressively gotten worse over the past few years. On another note, one of our longtime CSEA members and retirees has passed away this past weekend. Steve Hansen passed away sometime between Friday night and Saturday morning. Was a longtime employee, CSEA member, president, longtime benefits member. He'd want us to still be fighting right now. There's going to be a celebration of life. We don't yet know when the date is. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. I appreciate the update and just want to make mention that at the end of the meeting, we do plan on closing out the meeting in honor of both Steve Hansen and Ray Goodman, who also recently passed away. So thank you for letting bring that to us. Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, board, FCUSD administrators, our teachers from Russell Ranch, and all who are in attendance. As we are ending the school year with only 25 student days left, there is still work that needs to be completed before we head off to the well-deserved break for students, family, administrators, and especially our certificate staff. We still have several MOUs and side letters that need to be finalized. The decision on district early release days for the 24-25 school year, music prep for elementary schools, a new model for special education to include training and collaboration with general education teachers, finishing state testing, and just completing the task of teaching our young scholars for the year. But one of our largest lifts has begun and will be our future rally cry is the rising cost of healthcare for your employees. This has not just affected teachers, but campus monitors, bus drivers, yard supervisors, principals, administrative staff, and many more. I realize this is a statewide issue, but reoccurring rise in health costs this year, 23-24, was taken by on the very people I just listed, not the district. True, they did have a tiny bit of increase, approximately $12,000, which doesn't even rise to the level of budget dust. This burden was on the backs of your employees, and without relief in the coming year, will continue. And next year, it's not just a few percentage points. It is massive. In some cases, 20% per month. In dollars, that's approximately as high as $600 for families. The 2% salary increase would be swept away and then some by this insurance increase. This will be the only financial issue the district and labor partners will be discussing in fall. This is just a heads up. Sorry, guys. FCEA left money on the table during the last rounds of negotiations because we knew this would be vastly impact our union members. We need you to direct the lead negotiator to come prepared with your wallet open and really address the issue. I have already had several teachers who have reached out and they are trying to decide if it is worth staying in FCUSD. I've had crying phone calls saying that they want to stay in this district because they love their job, but it doesn't make financial sense any longer. In each of these situations, I have stated that FCEA is taking this issue seriously and we will be fighting for fair increases in our medical caps. If our collective fundamental goal of recruiting, training, and retaining still stands, support our FCUSD employees and direct the district team to start planning a benefit package that honors your employees so that fall's focus is on the teacher's most important job, teaching. Thank you.
Thank you. Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good evening again. It's my honor to introduce Kat Berry, principal of Oak Chan Elementary and retiring at the end of this year. I know, I didn't hear the boos. Where are the boos? To recognize Oak Chan and what they've done as part of their presentation for this year. So Kat, come on up.
Okay, waiting for a little presentation. Start. Good evening, Dr. Klegian, Board President Hui, distinguished board members, leadership team, and guests. It is with great pleasure that I, along with my team tonight, Lisa Lobis, Letters Certified First Grade Teacher, Site Lead and Designee, PLC Facilitator, and my High Reliability Schools Project Partner, and Ms. Liz Isaacs, also Letters Certified Kinder Teacher, FCA Representative, Climate Coach, National Board Candidate, and your Folsom Cordova Teacher of the Year. Yay! We would like to present to you a snapshot of how Oak Chan and the community partners are supporting the district's priorities and roadmap to success. And while we lead this charge, we also keep the 4 equity questions and those very important questions on the bottom at the forefront. Oak Chan has had a long-standing, strong partnership with our families and community members. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna go back. I just ran over someone else's presentation. I was so excited. Lisa, come on to do priority 1. This is why I brought other people. My slide. I'll take care of the slides. That sounds great, thank you. So Oak Chan teachers appreciate and use their PLC time to talk about student needs. Our weekly agenda not only addresses questions needed to be discussed as grade level, it also has our 4 critical questions of a PLC to ensure that our conversations center around student learning. We also use this time to collaborate about the data we are receiving from our 15-day challenge. Through these discussions and constantly looking at our Tier 2 students' needs, we are proud to share that we have seen growth from our students. For example, in first grade alone, we have moved 5 students out of our intervention class into grade level reading group. However, one of our biggest successes is in 5th grade. We have a student with special needs who has moved from the red zone with a score of 782 to the green zone with a score of 1093, with the supports from our classroom teachers and intervention teacher. Our interventions work, and we are thankful that the board approved another year of keeping our intervention teacher. Our second step programs support Tier 1 social emotional learning. If a student is a Tier 2 behavior, we ensure continued equity and growth by utilizing a responsive classroom model. This is all under our PBIS model of teaching and supporting positive behavior in the classroom and in all areas of the campus. And Oak Chan has had a long-standing strong partnership with our families and community members. One way to strengthen our connections is by hosting special activities and events. We are always hopping at the OC. Pictures of such events are like our outdoor family night, when we all went to honor Mrs. Isaac at the Kings game, volunteering at the CIM, parents and students representing the Oak Chan at an authors event where they won a challenge and we rewarded a donation to our library. From our multicultural celebration to STEAM and VAPA events, after-school enrichment, and much more, we strive to celebrate our community's diversity, talents, and interests. This would not be possible without a dedicated teaching and support staff, as well as our numerous volunteers and amazing PTO. You can see them up there with their woot woot cart. They walk around school and they woot woot our staff and teachers and let them pick something special from the cart. I would also like to highlight our latest SCORE challenge. SCORE, every student can tell you from TK on up that we're safe, kind, on task, responsible, and respectful. One of our challenges at Oak Chan is that we strive to balance college and career readiness, like the use of technology, because our students at a young age start to learn how to even create Google slides and do presentations. We want to balance that with non-screen time. So our climate team hosted an Unplug and Connect 3-week challenge for our families. 80 students participated, and in partnership with our local In-N-Out, each received a gift card for a free treat. We will continue to focus on making strong, meaningful connections with our students, families, community partners, and with each other. And now we would like to, in partnership, invite one of our parents, Brian Greenwald, who's a PTO member, a site council member, and our resident DJ, to come up and give a parent's perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. I'm not going to make her cry tonight, but I just wanted to highlight, and it kind of ties into what she was just talking about. As a parent, I have an 11-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old daughter. I'm a 6th grader at Folsom Middle now and a kindergartner at Oak Chan. We were previously, we lived on the other side of East Bidwell and attended a different school. And really what I kind of wanted to highlight and talk about is, and I said this a couple of weeks ago or whatever, 2 months ago now at our school fundraising event. But when my wife and I were looking for homes in this community to upgrade to a better, bigger house, we specifically went after homes that were like very, very specifically in Oak Chan's district, not any other area. We saw beautiful homes in the Folsom area, outside of Folsom, Orangeville, even up in El Dorado County. And every single time we did, it came back to, no, we want to be at Oak Chan. And for me, as a DJ and as a business owner, and this was probably 10 years ago now, maybe, that I worked a fundraising event for Oak Chan. And it left an impression on me that I will never, ever forget. And I talked about this at our fundraising event this year. And I was just blown away that as a DJ and a person in the community who just came in to work an event, that at this community event, at this school event, there was, I think, 16 teachers, if I recall, that were at this event. They were not only at the event, but they were involved. They were communicating with parents. They were, when we got to dancing later in the night, they were pulling parents off the tables to come on out and be a part of that community. And to me, what Miss Berry has kind of done at this school is incredible to watch and see, and now we're able to be a part of it, and it's been incredibly successful for my oldest daughter as she moved through, and now my youngest daughter. We're incredibly proud of what the school district does, but even more so what Oak Chan has done, and the sense of community and involvement and togetherness, and we love Oak Chan. That's all I want to say.
And now, it is your time. It is your time.
All right, I get to talk about our teachers. So Oak Chan teachers and staff are a committed group of individuals who value collaboration and learning new and innovative ways to meet the needs of our students. Our staff consists of veteran and new teachers. This year we hired bilingual staff members, which help support our newcomer students and our non-native English speakers, as well as provide diversity to our staff. I cannot say enough wonderful things about our staff. We are, I'm gonna get emotional, but we are so lucky to work with such amazing teachers, paraprofessionals, clerical staff, mental health specialists, yard supervisors, and custodial staff each and every day. So cheers to them. So one of the things that we value is having the ability to provide input to our administration about important issues. So we are fortunate to have a principal who listens to us and who works with us to solve problems collaboratively. We provide input to our administration through Google Docs and Google Surveys, and we even have an anonymous suggestion box. She was brave enough to do that, so that's kudos to her. We also have a leadership team called our Guiding Coalition, and we meet monthly to inform our principal on various issues. And then also, as Brian talked about a little bit, our staff really enjoys being together. So we have a social committee who organizes staff outings. Our principal, Mrs. Berry, is always trying to set up little games and fun activities for our staff. So our most recent one was an Easter egg hunt where she hid Easter eggs all over the campus, and teachers got to try and find them and turn them in for a prize. And it was just a fun way. I mean, teachers get really competitive at these kinds of things, but it was just a really fun way for just to bring us all together. So we really appreciate that. So this year we are really proud to be applying for recognition as a high reliability school. So high reliability schools have safe, supportive, and collaborative cultures, effective teaching in every classroom, guaranteed and viable curriculum, standards reference reporting, and competency-based education. Our Oak Chan teachers really pride themselves on being experts in their craft, and we are so appreciative of our common planning time because that allows us to collaborate on our professional learning communities to ensure the success of all of our students. So we are so thankful that the district has given us that time. And so now I want to introduce a special guest, one of our youngest Oak Chan Dragons. We're going to probably need a chair, so. This is Miss Lila Greenwalt, and Lila is a kindergarten teacher. Kindergarten student. She could teach my class, honestly. She's a kindergarten student in my class this year, and she is going to share with you why she loves Oak Chan.
Why I like Oak Chan? I love going to school at Oak Chan because I love to see my friends and teacher. All the people at our school are kind. They let everyone play together. Kids are school. School is when you are safe, kind, on task, responsible, and respectful. I like kindergarten because I get to learn and play with my friends. I like playing and coloring during choice time. I like learning about butterflies and the life cycle of butterflies. Oak Chan is a fun place to learn and grow.
And for our priority 4, throughout the day, we'll organize systems such as our arrival and dismissal procedures, movement around the campus, and while everything we do are instituted, revisited, and realigned when needed to create an environment that is safe and runs optimally. For example, we had a site council concern that people were ignoring the crosswalks. And so on the next day, we had staff out there with signs. The marquee all of a sudden had a really cool crosswalk on there, like, please use it. And of course I had to wear the famous cone costume. That always works. And we resolved that problem rather quickly. Our well-defined system does support the best use of instructional time, which allows opportunities to further enhance our focus on STEAM. A few highlights from this year: we did receive the latest and greatest Promethean boards, which have been an asset in all of our classrooms. We also, like some of the other principals, to make it easier for our staff, we have what we call the Dragon Den, which is kind of a hub. They can find anything they need, click on it, and it's right there. So they don't have to look back at emails, so that expedites things for them. And each week we do send out a weekly e-blast. We keep our website up to date. I do have a virtual office like some of the other principals. You get to click on any of those icons and it will take you to something interesting. Whether it's reading a book or anything about squirrels or Star Wars, because that's my favorite. And I also record a Monday morning message. We found that that was the best way for me to, instead of interrupting the classrooms, they could play it any time they needed. And during that time, we highlight students, we highlight staff members, we take a mindful moment. We talk about SEL and PBIS strategies. And of course, we have to end with dance. When in doubt, dance it out, right? And in closing, we just want to say that we appreciate the continued support from our board members, leadership team, and district personnel. Our entire Oak Chan team and community will forever strive to inspire our students to imagine, dream, create, and achieve. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Berry. I do just want to mention before you go, just express a lot of gratitude. We're obviously so happy for you and whatever's coming next. I think I can speak for all Oak Chan families as a former parent of several Oak Chan students that we're also deeply, deeply saddened to see you go. I don't think if it weren't for you, I don't think I would have seen any of my three boys dancing on a stage, and I cherish that. So thank you, and yeah, best of luck on what comes next. You'll be missed. Thank you. Next up is our District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening. Very quick this evening, Elena Cabrera here for the report on DLAC. And I want to first say good evening, Dr. Superintendent, Dr. Kaligian, President Hui, members of the board, esteemed colleagues, and everybody here today. A couple of announcements. One is first, the Parent Summit, which is on the 29th. It is in the evening, and it is a showcase of our English learners who are reclassifying, as well as our district SEAL candidate earners. And those are students who have demonstrated biliteracy in more than one language, and they're graduating seniors. So we've invited the students. We'll have a full house, more than capacity. So we've got a busy lineup that day, and I look forward to seeing you here. Those that can make it, we're excited to have that opportunity to celebrate our students. And for the end of the year, we will have our last DLAC on May 7th, a culmination of reviewing items that have been discussed throughout the year, primarily centering around the LCAP, and also setting dates for next year, et cetera, and topics. So that's our report today. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to agenda consent. We do need to pull off item H, approve expulsion recommendations, so that our student board members can abstain from that vote. If there are any other items that want to be pulled off, if board member would let me know. Otherwise, if there's a motion to approve agenda consent with the exception of item H.
Mr. Hui, please note that Mr. Reed has now joined the meeting too, as of about 7 o'clock. Welcome, Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
You're looking great. Yeah, so is there a motion to approve agenda consent with the exception of item H?
I'll motion.
All right, motion by Ms. Lofthouse. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Larrett. Superintendent?
Mr. Malajor?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. So then we will go to item H, approve expulsion recommendation, case number 2324-8S. We will not be commenting on this item and pulled it off so our student board members could abstain. So do we have a motion to approve item H?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Lofthouse, second by Mr. Clark. Superintendent?
Mr. Malajor?
Abstain.
Mr. Merrill?
Abstain.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And Superintendent, do we have any announcements from our agenda consent?
We do. We have two administrators that were approved in the personnel action form as a result of the consent action that the board just approved. And one of our members is here with us this evening. Our district is pleased to announce Jennifer Betger as our special education coordinator for Folsom Cordova Unified School District. And Ms. Betger, if you could come to the podium while I read a few words about you. Ms. Betger comes to us from the Placer County, SELPA, bringing over 20 years of educational experience. For the last 5 years, she has served as a program specialist, specializing in Universal Design for Learning, or UDL. She assists SELPAs, County Offices of Education, and LEAs in implementing UDL. Prior to her work at the SELPA, she worked as a secondary, general education, and special education teacher, instructional coach, and district program specialist. Ms. Betker brings the belief that all students can be successful when they feel they belong in the school community. Welcome aboard, Jennifer. We're glad to have you with us.
Thank you very much for having me. I am honored to be joining the team here at Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and I am excited to get started.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
And our second administrator that we're pleased to introduce tonight is Dr. Eric Evans. I believe he's joining us virtually this evening. You can unmute Dr. Evans as I read your bio. First of all, welcome and congratulations. Folsom Cordova is pleased to announce Dr. Eric Evans as an assistant principal for Mills Middle School for the 24-25 school year. As an experienced administrator with over 13 years of leadership experience, Dr. Evans most recently served as assistant principal and interim principal in the Hanford Joint Union High School District. He comes to Folsom Cordova with extensive experience in K-12 operations with a focus on bridging educational resources for high learning outcomes. As a servant leader, he has an earnest desire to see all those around him succeed and is committed to ensuring that his skills, experience, and expertise in public education are used to advance the mission and vision of the district. He states that student success is and has always been his primary professional focus, and he's thrilled that this focus is in alignment with the staff at Mills Middle and cabinet members of the district office. Welcome, Dr. Evans. Glad to have you aboard.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, Dr. Evans. All right. Great. So that then brings us to item 11, discussion action. We'll start with item A, acknowledge receipt of School Facility Improvement District, SFID number 3, Advisory Committee recommendations.
And I want to first acknowledge all those that are participating on our Community Advisory Committee for SFID 3. And those of you that are in the audience, thank you. And those that might be joining us virtually and those that are committing the time. We've spent 2 meetings together so far. And tonight, Mr. Martin will be giving a summary of the first meeting and some of the information from the committee from the March meeting. Welcome, Mr. Martin.
Yes, good evening. Yes, so we have the committee that was generated by the board request. There is 19 members on that committee, so it's a large group. We have had 2 meetings. We are only going to summarize the first meeting discussion. And I do want to share that any of the recommendations that are coming forward are actually from the committee. No staff or board members that are participants on the committee voted on the recommendations. So this is coming from the community groups, community members that were identified by the board members and then the student board members as well. So if we pull up the slide presentation. Thank you. The document, there was 2 documents attached. One was the presentation we provided to the committee, and then the second one is kind of an abbreviated version that we used for a couple of people that were unable to attend the first meeting. So we used this really as a summary, but what we really wanted to focus on at this first meeting was how, with regards to SFID 3, with regards to the tax rates and if the community was in support of continuing issuing of Measure M bond proceeds, potentially to fund some of the school needs in SFID 3. As I presented to the board at a special meeting, we potentially have tax rates that would exceed $400 up to $600 potentially in SFID 3 due to the limited assessed value in that area and the cost associated with issuing those bonds and building schools, right? So we discussed that and we said, that's a problem. And so the board asked to bring this forward to the committee to find out their thoughts and get recommendations from the community. And so these are some of the slides that we used to talk with the group. But really, the primary first part was looking at some of the areas that we had. So we looked at our tax rates in SFID 3, and as I shared, because of the fact that we don't have district-wide bonds, we have a bonding area that is only for the new construction area pretty much in SFID 3, there isn't enough development or to create enough assessed value to keep the tax rates at a manageable level. And in fact, at one point, we were at $380 at the highest point. We are in the mid 200s, I believe, at this point on the tax rate within SFID3. And that's just for the SFID3 Measure M bond. Don't forget there's also bonds overlapping those areas from SFID1 and 2. And we've talked about all of that, so I'm going over it at a very high level right now. And so the other item that we talked about was the fact that there is recommended thresholds, and actually with the city of Folsom, they actually have written into the language with regards to the development of the area, Folsom Ranch area, of specific tax limitation rates within the tax rate that would be charged to the homeowners. And ideally, they have a language that they would not want to exceed 2% of the total assessed value of the homes. On the Rancho Cordova side, they don't have anything specifically in place that limits at 2%, but they said that that is also kind of their standard that they look at as well. And so there was a communication we met with both the city of Folsom, city of Rancho Cordova, and we also met with our local developers all to talk about that. And really one of the biggest impacts associated with having the tax rates above that 2% is potentially it caps the ability for the city to generate other bonding to do future development. So in essence, as you build out, you have to have the money to build out the infrastructure, the roads, the utilities. And so the way that is normally front-funded is by passing a bond measure or a Melrose type of measure, or CFD, if you will, Community Facilities District, that will fund those projects. And with that tax rate already exceeding 2% potentially, if we were to issue the remaining Measure M funds, that would then potentially not have, that community would not have capacity then to access funds to continue to build the community. So you can see how you could very quickly get yourself into a spiral situation where there isn't the ability to continue to develop Folsom Ranch or Rio de Oro or any of the other subdivisions that we've dealt with. And so that was a very big concern for both the developers and the city, and they shared that as well. So we shared all of that information with our committee, and what we looked at is really the question to the committee was, do we see any scenario where we really have the ability to access the remaining authorization of Measure M? And the committee unilaterally agreed that no, not right now. Some folks thought maybe we could look at it in the future, maybe when assessed value grows enough, or for other purposes. But right now there is no ability because of the tax rate, because of the small assessed value within SFID3. They did not feel, their recommendation was that we should not issue more of Measure M. And that was one of the requests of the board, okay? So any questions on that before I keep going? Nope, everybody good? Okay. And so the next thing we talked about a little bit, and this was not something specifically that the board asked the committee to look at, but we thought it was relevant to get their opinion on, is with regards to figuring out cost savings measures when it comes to the design of our schools. We've already discussed that we need to value engineer our schools and reduce some costs. But the truth is by just doing some value engineering of our existing plans, that would not be enough to reduce the cost in relative to the needs that we have. And so we discussed with the committee some other options, and so there are different levels that we provided. We did a couple of different options, and because there's so many scenarios, we kind of limited it to, I think, kind of three main options. One would be value engineering our existing designs that we had already had for like Alder Creek or Mangini. Another option was a new design that's value engineered, but then also looking at different design materials. So meaning stick-built versus modular versus portable or some hybrid of those options, right? And then the other thing we talked about is capacity of those schools. Looking at higher capacity, meaning bigger schools, which then potentially would reduce the number of total schools we would have to build, which would help with cost as well. So we discussed all of those things with the committee and reviewed those. And again, that was in the other presentation that was attached to this. And so the consensus from the community was somewhere between an economy model and a value engineered construction, which is more or less the model of, economy model was all portables, 100% portables on a school campus, and building off that. What the community committee shared was that the concern would be is yes, there would be gain up front on the building because portables are cheaper than a modular or a stick-built model. However, Long-term, those buildings normally don't last as long. They require a lot more deferred maintenance. They're not as energy efficient, all of those things that come along with it. So long-term, we're creating ongoing greater cost for the benefit of some savings up front. And so the committee said they did not like that model at all. They wanted something that was more of a traditional design build, but at a lower cost of design, and maybe some level of hybrid model with some modular in there or other components as appropriate. So that was the recommendation of the committee. Another thing that the committee talked about was the size of schools. So we showed some scenarios where we could have very, very large elementaries, middle schools, and high schools. What the committee pretty much came to was the idea that at the elementary level, ideally they would not want to see elementary schools greater than about 800 students. And so we normally build around 650 to 700, I think was the number that we did for Mangini. And so that would potentially increase some of our capacity, but we have to look at if it's enough increase in capacity that would allow us to decrease the total number of elementary schools built. So that would be something that we can look at. The other one we looked at is at middle school, and the committee did agree that potentially we could look at, instead of, I think our original design was 4 middle schools, that we could potentially get that down to 2 middle schools if we did larger capacity. And the committee did feel like that was attainable. I think the numbers we were looking at was maybe up to 1,800 kids at a middle school. Right now, Sutter Middle is at 1,600 and some change, and I think Folsom Middle is around the same area. So it didn't seem untenable, but then it would eliminate 2 additional middle schools potentially, and the cost associated with that. Obviously, the cost increases for the other middle schools because we have to add more capacity, but overall, it saves money. And so those were recommendations that the committee provided to us as well, okay? Any questions on that portion? All right. And so the last one was the funding options. How could we potentially fund the needs that we have within the district if we're not going to, in this case, look at Measure M? So we talked about that with the committee. They looked at several different options, and I would say pretty consistently the committee felt that part of the reason why we are in the situation we are and why we have some of these separations is because we have used SFIDs within the district. Because we've defined each individual area, it has caused a situation where as new growth develops, you don't have the built-in assessed value that would normally pay for that cost. And so normally, if you live in a school district, regardless of the city that you are in, or unincorporated, which is another important factor that I think the community has been very aware of, is the city of Rancho Cordova and the city of Folsom are both significant portions of the area within within Folsom Cordova, I should say, but there is unincorporated area, and they have actually unincorporated area within SFID3 has actually paid a bit of the assessed or the tax rate that we've had to pay with regards to the debt service associated with Measure M. So it's important to realize there's also an unincorporated area included in these conversations. It's not just based off of 2 cities. But what the community group said is they really don't like the model of an SFID model, and they would rather go to a district-wide bond. They believe that the needs are district-wide. Yes, you're right, the majority of the funds potentially would need to go for a new school, but all the schools are impacted if we can't build a school. And so what you see here is as enrollment continues to increase, and if we don't have the ability to pass a bond that the community would support, what will end up happening is we will have higher and higher enrollment at existing schools, which then will require adjustments to the classroom setting. Potentially we've talked about some other technical things we can do, like hot seating and some other pieces. And if you look at what like Elk Grove did, they've gone to the level of having to go year-round schools because they're in a similar situation. They don't have enough schools for kids. Now, we're not speaking to any of that right now, but just understanding conceptually what will happen. And so, yes, you're right, the dollars would maybe predominantly go to the new schools, but we would be able to generate a bond. It would generate more dollars than obviously, and the tax rate would be significantly less because it's distributed through the entire community, and everybody would benefit in the scenario of they're not going to have capacity issues, other issues associated with those school sites. And when you do the bond, you can tailor it so that all school sites get some level of modernization or equipment or wherever the case would be, just like most school districts do. Most school districts do district-wide bonds. This is not like, we're actually the very rare exception. We're not the norm. And so most districts can do this and distribute the dollars in a way that all communities receive it, all schools get benefit from it. So it's not an unheard of thing at all. And so that was the recommendation from the committee on that, is a district-wide bond. Now, I do want to speak to one thing about the bond and the dollar amount. The small group committee came up with this language. I first want to say the $1.6 billion is for the next 6 schools in 2039, but there is no expectation of the committee. In fact, they realize we're not planning to go out for one mega bond or large bond. In fact, what we would do is probably have to go out for multiple bonds within the course of every 2 to 4 years, potentially smaller bonds for specific projects. Because we are looking at a Prop 39 bond, we're capped at the $60 per $100,000 of assessed value. So there's no way you can get all of that in one single bond anyway. So potentially it would be exactly what we would recommend is you would have a very smaller bond identified for a very specific project, and then the community would support that activity. And so, but that does mean having to go back and back and back, right? And that's just the reality. When we're talking about the dollars and the unprecedented costs associated with school construction, this is going to be the new norm. The dollars are just not going near as far. And the costs of these schools, in a few years' time, Mangini was $60 million project, and we are going to try to cut that down significantly. But because of escalating costs and purchase land and all the other things that come with it, we might do all those reductions and it still might be $60 million. I mean, we have to realize that, right? I mean, just like your home, very perfect example, your home a few years ago was significantly less value than it is today. But this is the reality of what we're having to deal with when it comes to constantly chasing these costs. So the committee really believes that a district-wide bond, and they're aware of I think we had very good conversations. They're aware that the community is gonna be leery about doing a district-wide bond. And so we have to do a good job communicating with whoever the campaign committee is, with our parent groups, with the community organizations of where the dollars will go, how will they be spread out, and what will be the purpose of these dollars, right? And so that will be a big piece of this, and going out and having these conversations with the community, because realistically, we're looking at probably a 2026 date for going out for a district-wide activity. So we have 2 years to get everything in line to potentially do that request. So that was the recommendations. Those were the recommendations of the committee from this first meeting. We have another meeting that just happened on Monday. We will be summarizing that. Where we were on that was talking about really looking at an equitable distribution of the Measure M dollars that have been issued to date, and trying to ensure that both communities of Rancho Cordova and Folsom get a fair share. And so we almost got consensus. We were pretty close with regards to finding a formula for that, and we'll be bringing that information to the board at, I think, probably the next meeting. So we'll bring that information. And then we're scheduled to meet again as a community group meeting on the 20th of May to then dive into the final request of the board, which is to look at the location of the high school, which we have a ladder that we use that Kate Hazarian has given us about trying to be very fact-based and not emotional-based, but we know that that one will come with a lot of emotional components. So we hope to hopefully bring some solution or recommendation to the board on that last item. So that was pretty much the information that the community group brought forward for us to provide to you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a comment. I'm on this committee, and I'd like to give a little shout out to you, Mr. Martin, and Kate Hazarian for making it such an easy presentation to follow along. This is a very difficult topic to understand, especially someone who's never taken an economics course. And I'm sure me and Matthew and Mr. McMore, who is also my fellow student who's also in the subcommittee, and anyone who hasn't taken an economics course in years, I'd like to thank you for making it very simple to understand. And I come out very knowledgeable about the topic, and I feel well informed to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merrill. Other questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Sean, for that presentation. I just want a point of clarification. So we're talking multiple bonds district-wide, and that's going to be starting in 2026?
Well, what I would say is that was the recommendation of the committee. So I think, once we finalize these recommendations, my thought would be is we would probably have another board study session and dive through the potential scenarios.
And that's-
I think I really, because again, that was the committee recommendation. I think we want to put some timelines and dollars and, we continue to refine our enrollment projections, those types of things. And so we want to be able to provide that to the board in a setting where all of you are together and go over that detail.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, for sure.
And have you heard of talk of some property over in SFID 3, the boroughs that may be coming up for sale? Have you heard anything about that? Either you or Matt?
Do you know the boroughs? Oh, yes.
No.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So those areas are part of the area that's owned by what used to be the Aerojet organization. And
right.
yes, there has been an article in the Sacramento Journal that spoke to the fact that they are planning to sell off all their remaining property. So they more or less have the Glenboro, Easton Place, Westboro, and most of Rio del Oro is all owned by that developer. And so they are saying that they are planning to put out all of that land for sale. So whether or not someone could realistically come in and purchase all of that land, I don't know. I'm not a developer, those types of things, but that would be a huge, huge problem. So potentially there could be that case. We've heard that they were in works to try to sell that land for a while now. So, and we want to realize that there are entitlements, there's some on quite a bit of land and some other things, but the truth is to actually have houses start, it probably is about 2 years from whenever the developer takes the ownership of the land. And so, we're not hearing anything, but we would love to see that development start up, because obviously that would help with our AV growth. It would help with a lot of different components of the conversations we're dealing with.
Yeah, I actually kind of heard that it was coming up and that it possibly might sell before end of the year.
That would be great.
Fingers
Okay.
crossed
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have one question. I want to check in with Mr. Reed first, though, see if you had any questions.
Yeah, actually, hold on one second. I'm going to turn my cell phone to the computer to mute because I'm getting feedback. All right. I can't hear you, but hopefully you can hear me. I just want to reiterate actually what board member Melchior spoke of. I have been thoroughly impressed by Mr. Martin and his staff. Remarkable job that has been done at these SFID 3 meetings. Very professional, excellent dialogue, excellent process that they go through in communicating with the SFID 3 team. And just want to say thank you to staff on that. So hopefully you could hear me, and because I'm on mute to prevent the vocal back noise. But so I'm going to take myself off of mute so I can hear you now. So we'll see if you heard me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, were you trying to say something? I'm kidding. Okay,
All right, are you joking?
No, you're good. We heard you.
All right.
Thanks for the comments. I did have just one question back on slide 12 about the remaining authorization of the bonds. In a giant generalization, about $500 million.
Yes.
That's remaining. We're coming up on about 20 years of this bond passing. Is there a limitation on how long you can keep a bond open without drawing on it?
No, the authorization stays in place unless the board was to take some formal action to revoke our authorization. But no, as long as we don't issue it, the authorization will remain.
Okay, so that will stay there. There is a mechanism to, with, I don't know the language you just used, but essentially to get out of that remaining $500 million, if that was something we decided to. Otherwise, it stays there until we draw on it.
Correct, and I think that comes into the conversation of how we build the future bonds and whether or not, we want to give up access to those dollars to get support for other things, but at the same time, you have an authorization that isn't a Prop 39, so you have more flexibility on the access of the funds and the usage. So you have to weigh all of those decisions in that.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for explaining that part of it.
You're very welcome.
We take it to public comment. I don't have any cards for in-person public comment. Let me see if there's anybody online. There's nobody online. Oh, we do have an online comment. It looks like Elena.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Elena.
Hi, thank you all for meeting, and thank you, Sean, for another wonderful presentation. I do greatly appreciate all of the effort that staff has put into the meetings thus far. My only thing I just want to make clear is sometimes it seems like staff has a place that they want to wind up. And I just want to caution that sometimes the conversations that we have in those committee meetings do feel like, again, there is like already a path that is desired by the district. So it can be a little difficult to reach maybe a more genuine consensus on how we feel overall.
All right, thank you, Elena. Appreciate the comment. And we do have an in-person comment. If we can go back to that. Justin, welcome. Justin Long.
Thank you, Mr. President, Dr. Kaligian. As a former military member who worked on bases before, especially for the Missile Defense Agency, I'd like to caution against any thoughts of doing any projects near that facility. I worked extensively with the Missile Defense Agency and some Aerojet sites, understanding their Superfund cleanup nature. There are many chemicals and other types of emissions that do not go away, and they're going to be cleaning it up for the next forever. They're forever chemicals, hydrazine, and some other really nasty chemicals that we wish we could disinvent. So I would really encourage the board to stay away from any types of property over there. I'd also like to remind the board of their ability under the California State Code Section 7, when we're looking at different properties where we could put schools in this area, of their ability under the code for eminent domain. Again, this California State Code states specifically in California, the governing board of any school district can acquire property by eminent domain and then by condemnation take over that property after giving a just compensation to the property owner. There's no set amount or formula for determining how much the government must pay. I know it involves lawyers and everything else, but when it comes to our kids and getting a fair price and making sure that we are paying a appropriate amount for what we're trying to do, I think the board has a fiduciary responsibility to look at all measures at their disposal for acquiring the land at a fair price that does not increase what we are trying to do so that we can spend more money on the actual facility itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other online comments? No. Okay. So that actually then brings us back to item A. If there's no further comments from the board, Superintendent, I just want to confirm, do we need to take a motion to acknowledge the receipt of this?
I believe that's what we're doing, is acknowledging the receipt, and we would do that each time that Mr. Martin is bringing a report forward.
Great. So in that case, is there a motion to acknowledge receipt of the School Facility Improvement District Advisory Committee recommendations?
I'll motion.
Motion by Mr. Merrill. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Melchior. Superintendent.
Yes, Mr. Melchior.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Hui.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one quick reminder. I know we've been kind of bouncing back and forth between in-person and public comments. If you do want to comment on an item that's on the agenda tonight, there are cards in the back. So if you don't mind filling those out even now, and you can hand them up front, that way we make sure that we know who does want to talk tonight. That would be great. We will be going to item B, which is approved biannual developer fee justification study. Superintendent?
Yes, this item and the next few items to follow are about developer fees for residential and commercial property. This particular item is an approval of a biannual developer fee justification study for the board to approve, and this is more specific to commercial fee. The last time this was done was 2 years ago, April 2022, and I'll ask Mr. Washburn to talk about the specifics of how the fees are changing since 2022. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Good evening. As Dr. Kaligian mentioned, this is a biannual increase in the developer fee. The state allocation board sets the, how much the level 1 fee is raised and the commercial fee based on the cost of construction and new development. The district then has to do a fee justification study to justify the collection of the commercial fee. And since we have a school facility needs analysis level 2 fee, really it only contains to the commercial fee, as Dr. Clegan mentioned. So the district staff prepared this biannual developer fee justification study, looking at the number of projects that we have, the cost of the projects, how many students we have, yield rates, and then the cost to provide facilities for that to justify the need to collect the fee. So the fee for commercial, as you can see, goes up from 78 cents to 84 cents as set by the state allocation board. And the residential fee is listed there as a level 1, but it doesn't contain to us, as you'll see later when we approve when we discuss the SFNA. So this is just to approve the biannual developer fee justification study to continue the increase in the collection of the commercial fee.
Thank you, Mr. Washburn. Any questions from the board? Mr. Reed, any questions?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay. I have no questions either. I don't see any in-person public comments. Is there anybody online? Elena, welcome back. Whenever you're ready, you can unmute.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of have a general understanding of what these fees were for, what communities they're used in, why we might want to see them increased.
Great, thank you, Elena. All right, anybody else online? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board if there's further questions or comments. Okay, not seeing any, so we do need a motion to approve the biannual developer fee justification study.
I'll move it.
Motion by Mr. Clark, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Larrett, Superintendent.
Mr. Melajar?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hooley?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And on to item 11C, approve the school facility needs analysis.
And this, Mr. Washburn's going to stay up here for a while. The school facility needs analysis is the report that is done annually, and it determines the scope and cost of facilities necessary to accommodate the increase in enrollment over the next 5 years due to new residents. So, Mr. Washburn.
As Dr. Clegan mentioned, this is the annual school facility needs analysis, which is a higher level of justification to collect to a level 2 fee. This justifies the collection and the increase. This was approved by SB 50 as part of a qualifying criteria must be met in order to increase it to level 2 fee. Additional criteria, you have to be eligible, have applications into the state building program, which we do. Then you have to do the projected needs of students coming out of development within the next 5 years. You also have to then calculate what your cost increases have been based on site acquisition, site development costs. Any of those kind of factors have to go into the calculation. Then we look at the amount of students that we have, the cost to provide for those students, and then a level 2 justification fee is provided. Also, any grant increases that or decreases that come in from the state are also going to the calculation of this fee. So this is the level 2 school facility needs analysis justification to increase the fee. And we do this by 2 areas. We do it by Folsom and by Rancho Cordova. Attendance areas, specifically because there are different costs associated with that. Land prices are higher in Folsom area. The topography is higher. We have more asbestos and different kinds of material that increase the cost of schools in Folsom as opposed to Rancho Cordova. So the fee is going in Rancho Cordova from $738 to $889, and in Folsom from $804 to $966 a square foot is what the school facility needs analysis recommendation is.
Any questions from the board? Not seeing any here. I don't have any questions. We have no in-person public comment. Any online? None online. If there's no final comments from the board, we do need a motion to approve the school facility needs analysis.
I'll move it.
Motion by Mr. Clark, a second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Mr. Melajar?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hooley?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Washburn, I imagine you get to stay up here for a few more, huh? So we are moving on to public hearings. I'm going to gavel us out of our regular meeting into a public hearing. And we're on item 12, public hearing, item A. Public hearing, authorization of the statutory school facilities fees per Government Code Section 65995.5 and 65995.7, and authorization of immediate implementation of the statutory school facility fees.
So this public hearing, because the board just approved the SFNA report, now allows us to open the public hearing, which has to be sequentially done in this order.
Any questions from the board? Okay, I'm hearing none. I see none in person. And then remind me on a public hearing, do we have to take any action? Or just we move on to item B? Okay, item B.
Close the hearing. Yeah.
We have two, okay, for each.
Yeah.
Close the item A and open item B, public hearing authorization of the statutory school facilities fees per Government Code Section 65995 and Education Code Section 17620, and authorization of immediate implementation of the statutory school facilities fees.
And with the board approving the biannual justification report and the previous action items, this is the public hearing that now comes after that. So
Great. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. I don't see any in person, so I will close item B. Open item C, public hearing, Native American Title VI Education Program Grant.
okay, this one is not for Mr. Washburn, but I just want to take a moment and acknowledge our partners again from the Native American Parent Advisory Committee. And we have a couple of our members here, and I also want to acknowledge Dr. Peace and Ms. Cabrera, who've been working alongside Dr. Huber and our team with the application for the Title VI Native American Education Grant. And there is a public hearing that has to be held as well. We've done the consultation with the Part 1 of the grant, and at this point, we would open the public hearing again. Ms. Cabrera, did you want to add any information to that before Mr. Hui opens up? Okay.
Any questions? No? Okay. I don't see any in person. I don't imagine there's any online, so we will be closing.
Public hearing.
Yep. Closing item C and also opening back up the regular board meeting. All right, so on to item 13, discussion action. Back to discussion action. Item A, adopt resolution number 04182427, increase the statutory school facility fee per Government Code Section 65995.
And this is the third part to the actions tonight, approving the biannual developer fee for commercial increase in fees that we talked about earlier.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none from the board, I see none in person. Are there any online? None online, so we'll just need a motion from the board to adopt the resolution.
I'll move.
Motion by Ms. Larrett, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Mr. Melajar?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. On to item 13B, adopt urgency resolution number 04182428. Immediately implement the statutory school facility fee per Education Code Section 17620.
With this action, we are able to implement the fee within 30 days rather than the 60 days. So that's the action the board's taking on this resolution.
All right, questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I see none in person. There are none online. Is there a motion to adopt item B?
I'll move it.
Motion by Mr. Clark. Second.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Larrett.
Mr. Melajar?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, item 13C, adopt resolution number 04-18-24-29, establish alternative section 65995.5 fee and alternative section 65995.7 fee.
And this resolution allows us to adopt the increase for the level 2 fees for the school facility needs analysis.
All right, any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I see none in person. There are none online. Do we have a motion to adopt item C?
I'll motion.
Motion by Ms. Lofthouse, a second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Merrill.
Mr. Mellinger?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett? Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Washburn. Okay, that brings us to item 14, discussion. We'll start with item A, land acknowledgement statements. Superintendent?
Yes, this item is being brought back to the board as a request that came to our staff at the January 18th meeting. And again, I want to acknowledge our partners from Native American Parent Advisory Committee and Dr. Peace, who've been working together with our curriculum instruction team to look at land acknowledgement statements. And the reason we're looking at that is to honor the Indigenous people and as the traditional stewards of the land and acknowledge the enduring relationship between them and their traditional territories. So we had a draft of our statement and we shared it at our last NAPAC community meeting or advisory meeting and got some feedback, and Dr. Peace has a revised statement she'd like to share tonight.
Yes. Good evening, President Hui, Dr. Kaligian, and the board. Excuse my voice this evening. I'm excited to be here to discuss the land acknowledgement. This has been a work in progress for about 3 years, so I'm really grateful for the partnership from our NAPAC friends, and I look forward to this work. So as Dr. Kaligian shared, we had a draft, we shared it with our NAPAC partners and received some feedback, and we are honoring and respecting their feedback. And so I'm going to read the land acknowledgement that they have shared with us. And to our friends, if I butcher tribal names, please charge it to my head and not my heart. I apologize in advance. As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters, where we work and learn. We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nisinan ancestral tribes, the Isto, Natomas, and Nissim Paiwanan to the north, and the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Amakan, Consumne, Holopin, and Mokilam of the south, along the great Sacramento River system since time immemorable. We understand that this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous communities. We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of these descendants who continue to thrive today. In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting the evolving vision of the Miwok and Nisinan communities for their lands and people. We seek to learn from and collaborate with our tribal partners, including the Wilton Rancheria, who are the descendants of the original people of this land. As the only federally recognized tribe in Sacramento County, Wilton Rancheria welcomes our acknowledgement and collaboration. We pledge to respect and honor the culture, traditions, lifeways of Indigenous peoples as we work together for the recognition and betterment of our communities and all future generations. And this is drafted and approved by the Native American Parent Advisory Committee.
Thank you. All right.
Any questions?
Questions from the board?
No questions. I just wanted to comment and say thank you. I know that this has been a very long time coming. Equity team started this when you started. So I'm really glad that the collaboration happened. I love the new draft. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peace, and I just want to say thank you to NAPAC. You guys worked really hard on this, so congratulations, and let's make this happen.
Any other questions?
I do have, I guess, some thoughts. What exactly are we going to do, or do we plan on doing with this land use statement?
My intention is to have it posted in our lobby. We conducted an equity walkthrough tool 2 years ago with students, parents, employees to take assessment of our own building. We've asked sites to do that very thing. And so to model our own statements and beliefs, we did the same equity walkthrough tool in our building, and we scored very low. And so because of that, you may notice some of the changes that have taken place in the lobby. And a land acknowledgement was one of the things that the committee recommended to add to our beautiful map that's in the front, as well as recognizing the diversity in the linguistic diversity of our district, recognizing that we have over 80 languages, and identifying our school sites. And so the intention is to place it in the lobby, as well as have it read at every board meeting at the beginning.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a problem with, acknowledging in some form, whether it's in a lobby or some type of, recognition, but to have it read before every single board meeting, I do have a concern with that, for several reasons. And one of them actually was fairly articulated by the Atlantic magazine. In 2021, they published an article on this, and the Atlantic is not a conservative, it's not a liberal, it's pretty much a neutral magazine. They got into an article, it was entitled "Land Acknowledgements Are Just Moral Exhibitionism." Essentially what they're saying is that they are things that there are statements that are made for political purposes, essentially. And they really accomplish nothing. And actually maybe I'll read the first couple or two paragraphs of the article. It reads, in David Manette's film State of Maine, a Hollywood big shot tries to shortchange a set hand by offering him an associate producer credit on a movie. A screenwriter overhears the exchange and asks, "What's an associate producer credit?" The big shot answers, "It's just what you give a secretary instead of a raise." The practice of land acknowledgement preceding a fancy event by name, such as school board. I guess if we're fancy, I guess I'm fancy today, so therefore I guess it's appropriate. So anyway, the practice of a land acknowledgement preceding a fancy event by naming the indigenous groups whose slaughter and dispossession cleared the land on which the audiences are about to be served is one of the greatest associate producer credits of all time. A land acknowledgement is what you give when you have no intention of giving the land. It is like a receipt provided by a highway robber, noting all the jewels and gold coins that have been stolen. Nothing, or maybe it may be useful for an insurance claim. Anyway, you are not getting your jewels back, but you have documentation. I mean, essentially, that's what we're doing here. We're acknowledging something that we teach in history class. It's something that we teach, that we recognize through cultural events. It's something that we all know to be the fact that Indian lands were dispossessed. But what exactly are we doing? Are we just simply reading a statement for the sake of reading a statement? If we meant something, if this was something that was meaningful to us, something that we truly believed in, then we would be doing something more than just simply reading a statement. We would be saying something along the lines that all FCUSD property that we own currently, that when it no longer ceases to be FCUSD property, we will give it back to the Miwok Indians. But we're not saying that. We're saying that we're creating this statement for, I'm not really sure what purpose. I think it's political, if truth be told, because the only entities that have adopted this statement are democratic, liberal-leaning entities. There is not a single Republican entity or Republican, I guess, city council, state, or whatever that has adopted this language. It is solely a political statement. Now, we have a board policy that prohibits the employees, the students, the schools, the school board from engaging in political events. We're supposed to be neutral. We're not supposed to take any position. So basically what we have before the board right now is basically a request to make a political statement on something that we all acknowledge happened in the history. It's taught in our history classes. For what purpose? If the purpose is to give the FCUSD land back to the Miwok Indians, I'm all for that. I will vote yes. If the statement is just to make a statement, then I am 100% opposed to this because it's just simply political messaging which violates our board policy on politics.
And Mr. Reed, I would like
those are my thoughts.
Address your concerns. Respectfully, The Atlantic is not a scholarly publisher. It's not a scholarly journal, and we have lived experience, and we've partnered with those who have the lived experience of Indigenous people. So respectfully, their lived experience supersedes any article that is available on the internet. That's
true, and I would say that I have read, because I did a lot of research on this. There were a lot of Indians and Native Americans who were actually opposed to these statements as well. They felt that it was offensive.
And our NAPAC partners disagree with that statement and have made the request for this land acknowledgement to be in place.
Having someone rob your house and write an apology note and indicate that, I'm sorry, I robbed your house. I took the following items, and that being, and that's it. And that's essentially the equivalent. And again, I didn't come up with that example. That was an article a separate article, not the Atlantic, that was written by a Native American.
Well, teaching factual history is not a political statement. And our intentions here is in partnership with our NAPAC partners who are of Indigenous descent. This has been their request. They have the lived experiences, and as an organization, I believe we have an obligation to respect, value, and honor the lived experiences of our diverse community.
Well, I appreciate that, but I personally find it a very political statement that we're about to do. And if adopted, I will not join the school board meeting until after the statement is read. I feel that strongly that we are entering a point of view that is incredibly political, which violates a board policy. It's something that we all recognize that has happened. I mean, are we recognizing the fact, why not a statement that we have dispossessed the Japanese population during World War II from their property? And by the way, there were Japanese Americans that were located in Sacramento County. Why not read a statement about that?
We are focusing on our Indigenous community. Why not read a statement at the same time about
the crimes and horrible atrocities related to slavery? Why not read? I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Why are we making one statement and not making a statement about something else? Why not a statement about the Trail of Tears by, Andrew Jackson, the founder of the Democratic Party? Why don't we make that statement? I mean, again, what are we doing here? Our focus needs to be singularly on the education of our students. That is what the school district is here for. It's to educate students. That is our mission. That is our responsibility. Our responsibility is not to engage in politics. This is simply stated politics. That is not our responsibility. That is not the role and mission of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. I have a significant problem with this statement being read.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reed. I'm going to bring it back to the board here, see if there are any other questions. We're taking comments right now too, I imagine.
Go ahead.
Mr. Merrill.
The first land acknowledgement that I heard was actually this school year. It was the first period I had of my biology class, which is arguably the least political class that you could have. And it was a land acknowledgement, and it was, acknowledging, it was the same one we had here, acknowledging the tribes that were on this land before us. And although I do agree with Mr. Reed that it's not all that we should do is just have a land acknowledgement, but it should be a base on that we build from. We have the land acknowledgement, and we just passed a grant like 30 minutes ago for those title dollars, right? Yeah. Okay. So we just Title VI dollars. We just passed a grant for the that stuff. So, and that relates to this land acknowledgement. We're building a base from this. This isn't all we should do. I think we should continue off of this, but I mean, it provides the platform and the foundation that we need, and it does educate students like me. Before my biology class, I didn't know what tribes were on this land, and my biology teacher, she told me in the land acknowledgement, and now I know. And I was reminded again by this land acknowledgement. I think it does educate people about, what it's re-educating us. I believe that everyone here has had different education on the Native Americans than I have. Seeming you guys went to elementary school a long time before I did.
Hey, watch it.
Our curriculums are very different, and my curriculum is different than what elementary schools are now. So I think a more modern version of this and, continually updating it is a good thing for the district.
Ms. Lattes.
So I think that creating it into a political statement at this meeting, which was just done by comments, does create it into a political statement with no intention at the beginning of that. So I think that land acknowledgements, one, help build a relationship and collaboration with our community members who have lived experiences. And while it is no justification and no answer to what has been done, we are on their land, and we are built on their land, and we use their land to educate our students. And hopefully we continue to educate them better than we have been educated in the past. And so I think it is the beginning. I think that more and more and more often you will start to hear land acknowledgements in all settings. I attend many events in which land acknowledgements are the base of those events. And none of which are political. So I think that moving beyond being equitable and moving into this avenue of being anti-racist and truly acknowledging some of our downfalls in equity in our building, but also in our actions. And so we start every board meeting with a flag salute, and not everybody in the room wants to do that. And not everybody stands with that, and not everybody says it as we say it. And that's fine. That can be a statement anybody has the right to choose to do. And so I think that we are at a pinnacle in our district. We have been working very, very, very hard to get to a point where we are starting to put kind of our new knowledge and our basis of collective knowledge into practice. And I think that this is moving that very first practice. Land acknowledgements are not a new thing. They're centuries old. And so this is putting into practice something that can continue to build relationships with our community, with our marginalized community. And that is really where we start to grow and get better and do better. And so I think when we know better, we do better, and we have to live by that. That's what we want our kids to do. We want our kids to know where we are, whose land this is, what they've done for the land in the past. Our our area is based very much on Native American history. And we have salmon that go up and down the river every year that large communities depended on and helped shape that path for this land. And so I think that by calling it out as a political statement when there is no politics behind this, is now going to create it into a political situation, and that's really unfortunate, rather than looking at it at face value of what it actually is and what it actually will do.
Just really quick question. What is our intention as far as, with acknowledging these tribes? Do we have intention of really highlighting their contributions, especially like at our elementary school levels and, having that kind of curriculum? Like, are we going to be pairing that kind of with this, or what's kind of the next steps past this?
Yes, great question. So we already have our recognition months, and Native American Heritage Month is recognized. We will be partnering with NAPAC. They wish for us to have a powwow at the district office. They wish for us to have a Native American graduation. And so it is my intention to honor those requests.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, also some words. As Ms. Lofthouse said, this practice is nothing new. It's nothing novel. Actually, it has spanned decades and decades. It is a very well-known practice. It's something that's not recent, but I'm glad that this district is taking the right steps, and this won't be the final actions that this district should take, but is the first steps in the right direction. And the reasoning behind, I want to read an article from the National Museum of the American Indian, which is a reputable source backed by Native American contributions, that land acknowledgements are used by Native peoples and non-natives to recognize indigenous peoples who are the original stewards of the lands which we now live. This is a simple recognition. It is not an action, it's a statement, a simple recognition. It should not have any politics associated with it. And I think that if we are prohibiting it from being read during these meetings, we're setting a really dangerous precedent for our students. And we're essentially restricting what they can and cannot learn about, in a sense. And it would be such a shame for this district to celebrate equity and the diversity in this district with our various recognition months, International Night, yet we refuse to read this statement at our board meetings. I think that's very contradictory, and it's almost hypocritical that we are celebrating the diversity of our students, yet we refuse to acknowledge this statement at all. So it is imperative that we just include this statement. As Ms. Lofthouse said, it's like a flag salute. You don't have to necessarily personally agree with that statement, but I think it should be read and recognized.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Again, I guess my question for my colleagues is, why hasn't any Republican entity adopted this statement? It is a statement that has only been adopted by Democratic jurisdictions. So I don't know how you can say it's not a political statement. But again, I am willing to vote for this statement if the board and my colleagues are willing to cede all land that is currently FCUSD in trust to the Native American Miwok tribe. If you're willing to do that, I will vote for this. But if it's just simply a statement for statement purposes, I have no idea what we're doing, wasting, quite frankly, our time reading a meaningless statement. So either let's put our money where our words are, or let's not go down this path.
Yeah, I have a few comments. And Ms. Reed, I hear where you're coming from. I think Mr. Melcher, you said this shouldn't have politics related to it. I think, unfortunately, the fact is that it does. I don't disagree that it shouldn't. But I think Ms. Reed does have some point here that whether we want it to or not, this statement is polarizing for some people. Not everybody, but certainly for some people. We have to be careful about that. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but I do want to acknowledge, Ms. Reed, I think you have a point there. I guess I continue to think, and I agree with the statement, actually reading through it, I don't think there's anything all that polarizing in it personally. I agree with everything that's in it. I'd be more than happy to have it posted. And I think maybe reading it periodically would make a lot of sense. I don't know that reading it every board meeting would make the statement itself more meaningful or make it more meaningful to the people that we're hoping it will be meaningful to. In fact, I would say I got up and led the Pledge of Allegiance today. All those words went through my brain and my mouth, and I didn't think about what one word meant tonight. So I actually think maybe making it a regular part of it might take away from some of what we actually want this to mean. But maybe having some regular times where we are acknowledging during the months that we are recognizing Native Americans, maybe some other important times would be good. To me, it's much more meaningful that we just passed or did this public hearing on Title VI. It's much more meaningful that we're in classrooms teaching about Native Americans. To me, that's where the power is. It's not necessarily in this board reading a statement. That's important. We are people of power. We have to acknowledge that, and reading a statement is a good thing. I would not necessarily be in favor of making it a regular part of our board meetings. But I do think we ought to keep pushing in and understanding what are we doing in our classrooms to teach this. I actually was talking with a friend of mine who's a historian, educated as a historian, and is a pretty left-leaning liberal. And I brought this up to him when we first started talking about it. And his point was exactly that. The statement itself is not that important. Doing the work in the classrooms, educating students, that's the work we need to make sure and put our energy into. I don't think these two things are necessary. We can still put our energy into that if we read the statement, but to me, that's the focus. So at least for me, as I stand on this tonight, I do think we should post it on the map. I think we absolutely should read it. I'd be happy to talk about doing a resolution about this statement. I'm not tonight in favor of making this every board meeting reading that we do, but finding ways to acknowledge it in meaningful times during the school year to acknowledge this and read the statement, I would be very happy to do.
Could I
Mr. President, one thing that I would be supportive of is if we wanted to read it during school board meetings during Native American Month, I'd be 100% supportive of that. Again, it's in context and not just something that we're just simply saying for the sake of saying. So that's just, again, my point of view. Thank you.
I would love to communicate and maybe find out from our community members what their thoughts are on us reading this in a regular time. Me personally, I think that only reading it during Native American Heritage Month is kind of doing exactly what we've always done. And we always are on this land. It's not just in the month of November. And so I think that just the same, it goes the same for all of our recognition months. And we need to move beyond just putting things on a calendar and saying and acknowledging it in that month. So I would love to know just kind of the thoughts on how regular that it should be read or just kind of the practice and what our community group would like to say about that.
I want to take it to public comment as well, and then maybe we can come back and finish the discussion. Christy, do you have something? Sorry. Okay. I don't have any in-person public comment. I know we had one hand raised online. Gail, you said? Gail.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome.
Yes, hi, thank you. Thank you very much to the board. And I will say that I'm happy to do whatever makes our Native American community members feel better or feel honored or feel acknowledged. I think that that's always the right choice. I will say to Mr. Reed that I didn't think of it as a political statement, and the only person's politics that I feel that I've learned about tonight are yours. So the vitriolic way that you came across, it was very aggressive and unfortunate, in my opinion. I think that when you have community leaders from a particular group, it's best to come with deference and come with gratitude, because as Ms. Lofthouse mentioned, we are on their land all the time, every day, all day long. Maybe every meeting is too much. Maybe once a month would be more appropriate. Maybe having this posted in every school would be appropriate. I'm not sure about what is appropriate, but I do think that you should defer to the community that is requesting this, because it is their community and not yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, I want to bring it back to the board for, this is a discussion item. So, and, you know, part of the discussion for me is where do we want to bring this and how do we want to bring it back to the staff if it's coming back to us at our next meeting? It's
Yeah, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. Reed.
Again, I am more than willing to vote to cede our land to the Native Americans. This is not political. What we're being presented with is political. So are we doing this for the sake of what? Or just to make a statement, a meaningless, entirely meaningless statement? Or are we going to put our words where our mouths are? I will be the first person. I will actually request that the board put forth a motion to cede our land at the point that our land is no longer being used for educational purposes to the Native American Indians. If my colleagues are willing to go along with me, I am 100% for this. If the purpose is just simply to make a statement for statement purposes, again, how is this political given the fact that every single jurisdiction that has adopted this is a Democratic jurisdiction? I don't think I'm the one who's being political here. I think it's pretty clear who's being political. And again, we have a board policy against engaging in politics within the district. And you know, again, this seems to be in direct violation of that policy. So, you know, if the desire is to create maybe a plaque that we put at each school district or at each school site, I could probably be okay with that. If the desire is to have a memorial built somewhere on school land, a monument or something to that respect, reflecting on Native Americans, and I'd be supportive of that. If the goal is just to simply read a meaningless statement before every single school board meeting, that's political. And I'd be 100% opposed to that. In fact, not only opposed to that, I think it violates our board policy. And if that's what we want to do, we should amend our board policy to allow politics to be spoken within our schools.
So I want to thank you, Mr. Reed. Bring it back to partly to try to understand if how we would want to bring this forward if we do want to bring it forward.
And I did want to make a comment to President Hui. I hear what Mr. Reed is saying, but our board also passed a policy on equity and the implementation of equity in our schools. And we do read our equity questions. We have them in front of us, you know, and in every meeting that we have, and we heard them presented tonight in Oak Chan's presentation. The purpose of bringing up our equity policy and how we're trying to live that on a regular basis and keep it in front of all of us as educators and for our students as well is to honor the diversity of all of our students in the district. And there's a lot of different ways that we do that. And we're going to continue to find new ways to honor that diversity. I'm very excited about the relationship, the new relationship we have with the NAPAC and being able to offer additional support and resources to some of our students that we've not outreached to before. Isn't that what our equity policy is about? We want all students and our families to feel connected, to learn not only more about their culture in a setting with their peers, but for all students, for all 21,000 students to have that experience. I think that's what our equity policy is about, is broadening all of our horizons to be able to do that. And it means that we have to take that leap of faith of saying, you know, we have to open ourselves up to, you know, thinking outside of the box sometimes of how we've done things. And I believe we're a cutting edge district in so many ways. And we're creative and we find ways of, we are not doing things the way that we think we should. We make those amendments and we move forward with that. I think with the recommendation for the land acknowledgement statement, I think this is a discussion item tonight. We can come forward with some of the different recommendations that have been brought forward of how we can celebrate and recognize this, whether, it's at a school site, at the district, but also how it's, how we bring that to life in our classrooms, not only in November, but throughout the year as well. So I would like to ask the board if you'll allow us to come back with some of those recommendations when we bring it back as action at the next meeting.
Can I just follow up with a quick question about when your next meeting is with
NAPAC?
Do we have another meeting, Dr. Huber, with NAPAC? Or Ms. Cabrera? Because I know we... But we don't have to wait for a formal meeting. We can, they have been very gracious to
we're in
reach out.
consultation regularly for a variety of reasons, particularly the next phase, which is part 2 of the Title VI Indian Education Grant. So as far as a formal meeting to discuss this particular topic, we will set one, but we are in regular communication on an ongoing basis. Yeah.
And yeah, Dr. Cleveland, I appreciate the comments and suggestion. I think that is probably where it makes sense to go. I want to leave a little bit more space for comments and then maybe try to wrap up at least where I've heard that we do have some consensus where we'd want to bring us forward and other questions that we'd maybe want the district staff to answer before, when you do bring it back. Ms. Laird, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just to our public comment, if we could maybe think about putting them at the sites, because I think something that's going to be something regularly that our families will see, because saying at a meeting here with this many people or the people that are online, how impactful is that comparative to, and I'm not saying that I'm not willing to support, talking about it here or, reading it here, but I think that really where the impact would really be more on the school sites where our families and our students are there constantly seeing that and being reminded of that, and building off of that. So if we could really, when we bring back our options, if we could really look at what that we could do at the sites, I think that would be very helpful, just so that's that constant reminder, when you're on campus. So.
I agree. Just looking at head nods, it looks like that is something that most of us agree with. And Ms. Reed, I don't mean to speak for you, but I think you also mentioned, that you'd be open certainly to having us posted somewhere, like at the ESC or at a school site. So I would say,
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, it's really kind of probably echoing what Ms. Laird just mentioned. As it does come back, I think certainly there's consensus on the board that we do want this statement posted and out there. I absolutely agree, not just here. I think it would be great to have that at all the school sites, and if we need to change the language because of the specific site and the different tribes that were there, I'm not sure, but we can have that discussion. I also then would like to say, if there are some suggestions around what would make sense at the board meeting, I do think there's a lot of value in having it read, maybe quarterly or maybe annually at least. Again, personally, every meeting to me doesn't make as much sense, but if there are maybe some recommendations or a calendar for that the district staff would bring back, I think that could be really helpful. Is there anything else any board members would want to see as this does come back to us? And actually, I have one more question. Is there any reason we wouldn't want this to come back as an action item, at least to vote to approve that we, assuming we all want to do that this becomes something that we do post on our sites, and then we can have the discussion around how often we'd like this read out loud at a board meeting?
I think I'd love all of the information to come back at the same time in terms of recommendations, to be able to make the appropriate decision kind of based on what our community members think is appropriate. But I do want to reiterate that it hurt to have a colleague call this out as a meaningless statement. And so I want to openly acknowledge that that was said, and I want to openly make known that I don't think that that is how the board as a whole or the district feels, but that choice of language was probably not the best. And it it hurt me to hear it. And so if it was, if it was to somebody deeply connected to this work or to those words, I just want to acknowledge that it was said, and I don't think it was appropriate, so.
Well, I will double down and say it was appropriate. It is a meaningless statement. If we want to give the land that we possess back to the Native Americans, let's do that. I have said I will 100% support that. But let's not just make a statement for statement purposes. It's political. Let's call it what it is. It's a political statement.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Loftus. Thank you, Mr. Reed. So Superintendent and Ms. Loftus, I agree that makes sense to get all the information and bring it back. So I'm on board with that. It seems like the rest of us are. That seems like enough direction moving forward. Okay. So that is just discussion items. So we'll move on to item B, Safety Advisory Committee update.
Yes, this item is also coming back to the board from a request from the January 18th meeting, asking about the work our safety committee's been doing, and I'm going to ask Don Ogden to share some of the highlights and thank again all the Safety Advisory Committee members that have been participating in this committee, whether they're students, staff, parents in our district, and law enforcement partners.
Thank you, Dr. Kaligian. I want to thank a couple of people on staff, Scott Meyer, DT, Terry, Aaron, Sammy, Maggie, the whole ADP team and safety team. They really worked very hard over the last couple of years, coordinating these meetings, making sure we had great turnout. For years, we've had these meetings, and at these meetings, we've always had staff, both certificated and classified. We've had managers at these meetings. We've had SROs at these meetings. We've had lots of students at these meetings and lots of community members and parents. So thank you, Scott, and your team for making sure that we always had really good turnouts and for helping facilitate these meetings. The purpose of these meetings really is to discuss our safety in our schools. And it's taken on a couple of different aspects. Not only do we look at the physical safety, but we've dialed in and looked at some other things like our emergency management training that we do for safety, different safety exercises or drills that we conduct at our schools, different hardware or software that's used, either the stuff that you would typically expect when people are online, as well as the things like Raptor, which is a software program that does a check against Megan's Law. If someone comes on campus as a volunteer, they put their ID in, and we know immediately if they're a registered sex offender. The notice goes to the principal and not allowed on campus. And also, we have lots of work that we've done that is for mental health or mental safety, and that's to develop a positive school culture. So this slide, I recall the very first safety committee meeting we did, Scott, and you probably do too. We showed this slide to the staff at Folsom High School, and at this meeting, we probably had close to 100 people at that very first meeting. And this has grown quite a bit, the amount of FTE that support our students and our staff, with both physical and mental health. But if you'll look at this, there's different aspects of safety that we look at. I mean, we always think about the SRO or the yard duty supervisor or the campus monitors providing that physical safety, but there's also the emotional safety that we provide through various social services, our counselors, our psychologists, and also our nurses, our behaviorists. A lot of these positions have been increased over the last couple of years, and some of them were actually created or imagined up by our safety committee. When our safety committees first met, one of the discussions that we tackled, because the board asked us to look at our use of SROs and other ways to provide physical safety at schools. And we brought in a couple of different models from different districts to see what they did. And we actually, as a safety committee, made a proposal to the board to create a couple of positions. One of them is DT's position, which is the coordinator of safe schools. Also, that committee came up with the idea of creating Terry's position, which is a safety specialist. That committee has also led the charge on a couple of things that are non-personnel based. So let me see here. I gotta go that way with the clicker. Not getting the click. There we go. And that's professional development. This year, I would say we have provided more safety-oriented professional development probably this year than the last couple of years combined. And if you look at this list, you'll see it's not just physical safety. It's not just things like stop the bleed, which is if there was an issue where someone was bleeding on campus, we can use a tourniquet to stop them bleeding. It's the training that we've also done with how to do a lockdown, how to do active shooter drills. Those are part of our culture now. We're making sure those happen in all of our schools. And the latest training that we are implementing, which isn't on here because it's so new, we're going to actually roll it out next week with our leadership team, is it has to do with board policy 411924, which this board passed this year. And that board policy had to do with appropriate relationships between adults and students on our campuses, whether you're a volunteer or a staff member, how you interact with students. We created board policy on that. That board policy actually ran through this safety committee. And now we have very robust training that we're going to deploy coming up. I did want to share that a big concern this year that came out of the safety committee had to do with, as it has in the past, incidents that result in law enforcement notification. This has increased this year. You can look at the years, the 21-22 year was very low in comparison, but if you go back to 18-19 pre-COVID, that year we had almost 350 incidents where we were mandated to call law enforcement. It looks like it's increasing this year. This concern for safety is something that really kept resonating this year with our safety committee. And when we talked about creating systems of support, our primary goal is to keep all of our students and staff safe. And we do that by creating policies and practices, which this committee has worked on and provided to the board to vote on. We also have provided a lot of professional development in the last year, and we're growing. We're going to have more professional development next year. Our SROs and campus security, we've increased our number of campus security personnel. However, the SROs have been a discussion this year amongst our safety committee. When we first looked at our safety committee, we actually made a recommendation to the board. We had a couple of options, but the option that was adopted by the board was to actually reduce our number of SROs. At the time, we had 3 per city. We reduced that to 2. As we've looked at this, this year, one of the things that we have done, we call the safety committee our accountability partners with SROs. So we always bring our contracts to the safety committee for them to review. And they review them, and when they reviewed them this year, one of the outcomes that we came, and I'm going to jump down to 7, was an increase, a recommendation to actually increase our SROs in Rancho Cordova, with a focus on looking at things like truancy and attendance, but also looking at a challenge that faces us. Our SROs have a contract that's different than our teaching contract or instructional day. They work a 4 10-hour schedule, which means that if you have 2 SROs, you always have at least one day, some days, sometimes 2 days a week, where you only have one SRO present in a city. So if we were to add an SRO, that would ensure that we had at least 2 SROs at all times. So this was a recommendation that came through the committee this year. Another recommendation that came through, I'm going bottom up, was that we look at Terry's position and perhaps come up with a position that's similar, that has a bilingual person in that position. Our district has over 25% of our students, as Elena has shared many times, that are English language learners, and our leading language is Spanish. And so the idea of having someone from our community that spoke Spanish, that was able to reach out and make connections, we thought that might be very impactful as a safety committee. So that is another recommendation that came through. The other 4 are pretty standard from what we've been doing in the past. Increased communications with families, that was a recommendation. Increased trainings, that's something we've been working on this year. Grow our crisis response protocols and procedures, that has been a focus this year of the team. Making sure that we have common practices if there is an emergency response. And then also standardizing our annual practices for tracking certain things. And a couple of issues that have come up in our community of Sacramento are human trafficking, digital citizenship, and drug prevention. And we have increased the amount of drug prevention actions that we've taken as a district this year as a result of requests from this community, advisory committee. I do also want to share with you that we do share metrics with the committee. We talk about, what do we look at to see if we're succeeding? And a couple of things that we look at are qualitative and quantitative data. We have Panorama, we have a Healthy Kids survey, we have attendance data, we have data on law enforcement arrests and referrals, and we have been sharing that with the board again, some of that data. We also have Power School data. We have our Safety Advisory Committee, where we get feedback actually that's more qualitative, where they tell their stories, and staff come to our Safety Advisory Committees and talk about their experiences and recently their need for increased safety. But we also think about, what do we look at to say, okay, are our kids feeling safe on campus? Do we have reduced suspensions? Do we have reduced disproportionality? Has our attendance improved? Do we have reduced vandalism at our schools? These are all data points that we bring to this committee and we talk to. A topic really, I think, of focus this year has been drug prevention and awareness. The fentanyl issue that is prevalent, that I think probably is what brought it to our attention a couple of years ago. So we have also some THC and tobacco training that we do because of vaping, increasing that usage amongst our youth. We also restarted our canine search processes at our high schools. We hadn't done that in a while. And then we began doing some informational nights on drug prevention and also cybersecurity this year. So not only have we increased training to our staff, through this committee, we've encouraged increased training to students and to families. I do want to talk about a specific night that we did at all of our high schools and at a couple of our middle schools, and it was called Johnny's Ambassador. It's a THC prevention night, and if you look at the numbers here, we had a lot of students who participated in this. Was this during the day, Scott, or when did they do this? Okay, so we had both. Okay, yeah. So a lot of people attended this, and we actually got some really good feedback on this from our community and our advisory committee. This is something I want to bring to light because we didn't really have great data on this last year, and we are working to get better at gathering data. Sometimes when you bring data forward, you recognize that we need better systems to track things, and we need better systems to define things. We really struggled with defining what an assault was. And I can share with you that it is not uncommon for people to reach out to HR and say, okay, this is what happened today. Is this technically an assault? Am I supposed to report this? And so we do need to do a better job of training staff on what is an assault, what needs to be reported to law enforcement, and that will help us tracking these. So going forward, assaults on staff are a concern, and a recommendation by the committee is to consider adding a third SRO, perhaps a truancy officer. The next item for the board to look at is actually the contracts that this committee looked at for the two SROs, and again, it's a discussion item. It's not an action item. This isn't an action item either. But just to share with the board, the committee felt like there's need for growth on our definition of assaults. There's need for growth on standardizing how we roll out some of our reporting practices. We have a very robust system called Public School Works where we do video trainings for our staff. We talked about that, and you'll see through this, the bullets on the left, multiple things have to do with training of either staff or students or the community. Those are all things that we're looking at, feedback from the committee saying we can do a better job of. And then on the right, you'll see some bullets, talking about, well, if you want another SRO officer, what problems are we trying to solve with this SRO officer? And so we brainstormed that at our last meeting a little, actually the last two meetings. We had one that was a virtual and then we had one in person. We came up with a lot of different ideas here. And I'll talk more about the third SRO on the next board item. but I just wanted to share, this was all driven by feedback from this committee. And I think, you know, of the committees that I go to, this is one that I've always been amazed at how many people show up at this committee. There's always 25 to 30 people, unless we do them virtually. When we do them in person, a lot of people show up. We always have students at these committees. We always have union members at the committee. We always have both classified and certificate at the committees. We always have students at the committees. So, and so what are our next steps? Our next steps are to, looking into next year, increase professional development as we have this year, and make that professional development to staff, but also training to students and families, and to increase the scope of that, looking at de-escalation techniques, drug prevention, emergency response, increasing community and parent presentations on things like the drug awareness, like we talked about earlier, but also on things like our attendance reduction. We also are looking at developing a workplace violence prevention plan. This will be like a safety plan or a school plan that will be at every school. So every school will have its own violence prevention plan. And then we're gonna continue to monitor the data, get better at collecting the data so that we can make good recommendations based on data. And then the last thing that I don't have a bullet here because this just came up was the idea of looking at a third SRO.
Great, thanks, Don. Other questions from the board? Mr. Clerk.
If I can get that to work, thank you. Don, you talked about the safety committee, and I appreciate them meeting as they did. Did you have, how many students did you have? Just out of curiosity.
Our last one, I think we had a half dozen, maybe 4 or 5.
4 or 5?
Yeah, I think we usually have about 6.
Okay, question, any of them from, I can't remember, Gen X, Gen Up group? Were there any?
Not at that one.
Okay.
They have been there before though, and they've actually, we've actually done a fishbowl exercise where we had students from Gen X come in and talk about issues. For
Is it
example,
Gen X, Gen X?
Gen Up.
Gen Up.
Gen Up,
Okay,
I'm sorry, Gen Up. They actually did a fishbowl activity where they talked about drug usage at school. And it was really eye-opening, you know, as they talked amongst themselves and we were able to listen in and then come up with some strategies together on how to prevent that. And that really is what drove this year a lot of the drug prevention training that we did.
Okay, because I know that they were like really satisfied with the 2 SROs. And I think that committee actually recommended that, you know, they operate in a roaming capacity and pop in on the school, and as well as keeping the community safe. So I was definitely all for that because it's kind of a win-win when you got them stopping by the schools and roaming the community. On page 10, you talked about assault on staff, and I know that one of our priorities is keeping our staff safe. Is there a breakdown of like high school, middle school, as well as elementary? Or is that just?
We could give you that
Yeah, I would like to
information.
see a breakdown of that.
The challenge, obviously, is that you can see 22, 23, we just didn't have the right data. So we're developing a better way of collecting this data. And so moving forward, hopefully we'll have a better way of handling this. But yeah, we could break that down for you, absolutely.
Okay, and then I was looking at page 11, and I know there were talks before about having our SROs when they're on campus or how that's going to work, wearing an FCUSD uniform. How's that working?
Well, we've brought that up before with the SROs. They don't work for us technically, right? They work for their different agencies. And so if an emergency happens, they've got to roll to another scene. They want to wear the right uniform.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, so that's why I'm wondering why that's even in there when I know for a fact that is not going to fly.
Well, it's a recommendation by the committee. So we work with them on the recommendations.
Okay. And then I also saw being a consistent figure on campus and attend lunch with the students. Are we just talking about one campus or are we talking about multiple?
Well, the campus that I think we heard the most from in our last 2 meetings was Cordova High School.
Okay, so here's my question. How often, or what do you mean by consistent? Is it every day, every other day? Are they gonna?
Well, currently, we can't do every day.
Right.
So if we were to add a third SRO, we're in conversation with the city about that, and that's my next item. But there would definitely be an opportunity to have an everyday if we had the third SRO. But with two, it's not possible.
So we're going back basically to having an SRO on campus again.
An SRO on campus, yes, but the difference is we have very different parameters for what an SRO does on campus. The safety committee recommended to this board that we write specific policy on how an SRO interacts with students, and to make sure that there was no criminalizing of behavior that was not criminal behavior. And in the next, I don't have a presentation, it's just an informational item with a lot of information in the rationale. But in there, I bulleted all of the different items that this board has approved and put into policy to say, if you're an SRO on our campus, these are the things that we expect of you to do.
Okay.
Very different.
So with the third SRO, and let's say that we do it, and I'll be totally honest with you, I'm on the fence. I like the idea, but there's some things that we need to work out. What becomes of your safety coordinator and your safety specialist?
Well, the recommendation was an and, not an or.
Pardon me?
The recommendation was an and, not an or.
Okay.
So, and we were looking, a recommendation was another safety specialist like Terry, but one that was bilingual. The recommendation was to continue having DT's position. The recommendation was to have another SRO, a third SRO.
Okay, so I mean, I understand Terry and DT's role now. What would be their role with the third SRO? Because I mean, I know that they go out to campuses and, if there's emergencies and everything else like that, would they still be coordinating with the SROs, even though the SROs are on campus?
I think what the change would be is the third SRO would be very different than what our third SRO was before.
And so in what capacity is that?
And that's the next slide. I mean, so
Okay.
you want to jump there?
Well, no, I'm just,
You're stealing my thunder. I got all kinds of good ideas on the next one, Chris.
Well, okay. I'm just curious about that. And I'm not sure if I didn't ask this question, and please excuse me. Truancy and attendance, truancy sleeps, knock and talks, is that going to be included as well, or is that still going to be a DT Terry thing?
We would look at it, the recommendation by the committee was when staff felt it wasn't safe, they would have an SRO. So we still typically go in teams of two. If the team of two feels safe, they go ahead. But if they feel like there might be a situation where they don't feel safe, then they'd have the availability of having an SRO go with them.
Okay, yeah, because I think I remember probably, it might be before your time, with Steve.
I remember Steve, yeah.
Yeah, and we went on a knock and talk, but obviously we had an SRO with us. So, I mean, I'm just wondering how often are we going to be utilizing them to do those knock and talks or whatever, but you explained that, so it's good.
Well, I really see this supporting our current structure, the idea of an additional SRO and an additional bilingual safety person, because right now these things are working. We are seeing improvement in some areas. And so this is, I think, really reinforcing the things that we've implemented that are working and we're doing differently.
So with the third bilingual safety specialist, would they be on campus or would they be here?
They'd be on campus.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a follow-up question if you're done.
Yep.
And it might be your next slide too, so I don't know.
okay.
But just kind of looking at this, hearing that we want the third SRO on campus, but then having them kind of assigned to truancy in their title or quotes, either way, my concern would be that they would not be on campus because they would be dealing with students not on campus. And so that would be something that I would want to iron out in the fact that if that is their role, then will they actually be on campus if they're kind of out in the community trying to do those sweeps? And then secondly, I don't know what the potential would be or the possibility, but maybe we could get a bilingual SRO that is also assigned to truancy. And then, so just putting the thought out there.
The truancy focus was the recommendation of the committee. Okay. So we then took this and have talked to the city and, partnering with them, looking at, what some options are. They have some ideas too. So that's what I was going to share in the next item.
Maybe
so
I could ask.
Truancy. There's going to be more.
I could ask a question about the third SRO now, since it seems to be what we're talking about. Yeah. I guess, but part of what I would wonder is, and I think it's great, the brainstorming here, all of this. My concern around the SROs typically are that we're asking for the SROs to do things that we perceive that they're going to be really good at or make changes in. And that might not always be based in reality. And so, it feels good to have another uniformed officer around, but it might not actually be accomplishing what we want to accomplish. So part of what I would need, I think, to even get on the fence at this point is, to see some data, to see some peer-reviewed articles that actually say more SROs increase attendance. I haven't seen those. I've looked. Most of the articles I've seen that are argue for more SROs are from places like the Justice Department or some fairly biased resources. Okay. So I think I would want to see, it's not a little cost. I mean, we're talking quite a bit of money to add somebody. And if it's going to add somebody to, if we could spend that money hiring a full-time peer advocacy teacher at each of our high schools to do something that actually does increase attendance per the data, I would much rather do that. So all of this, I guess, for me is saying, can we actually get some information that this will work, not just the anecdotal evidence. I think part of the reason it might be working now too is that we're getting back to our systems in general post-COVID. I'd love to know that it's because of the SROs. I'm not sure how we could get there to know that information. So that would be helpful for me. I'm not all that for it at this point. I could get there, but I just need to know that it's actually going to make sense. So, and then just one other note, Mr. Clark, I think you'd asked on page 10, I don't know if you remember, Mr. Meyer, this statistic, I can't remember if this was a state or a national statistic or an FCUSD one, but what I recall from this presentation, it was something like a 2-to-1 rate of elementary to secondary, give or take. Does that sound about right? Yeah. Elementary is twice as high as the, yeah. So it'd still be good to see the data, but it was quite a bit higher on that secondary. Okay. That's a discussion item only. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Great. I don't see any in-person comments. Do we have any online? None online. Okay. Well, that brings us to the item that we've already touched on, I believe. Item C, School Resource Officers Agreement with the City of Folsom, Police Department, and Sacramento County Sheriff's Office for the 24-25 school year.
So in the rationale, I gave an overview of the last couple of years' cost for our SRO program. The way our SRO program works is basically buy one, get one. So we pay for one, and the City of Folsom pays for one. We pay for one, and then City of Rancho Cordova pays for one. And so you look at this and you say, well, why do we have different costs if we both have two SROs and at each location? Well, the reason we have different costs is they have different costs. Each law enforcement agency has its own collective bargaining unit. They bargain their salaries. They bargain their benefits. They bargain, their working conditions. And so there is a different cost associated with providing those officers. And if you also look at over the years, you'll see that there is a slight increase every year. We actually went down one year in Rancho Cordova, and that's because we got a less senior person in that position. So we did have a blip down at one point. But just like, our labor costs, over the last couple of years, they have increased a little bit. So this is a discussion item. It's not an action item today. The idea was to get in front of you these contracts so that you had a chance to read them. But if if you could please slide down just a little bit, show the bullets. I talked a little earlier about, these are the bullet points, or these are the board policies that we've changed with feedback, from that committee. And I think it's important to see these because these are very different actions than we had before. I can share with you, before we had I'm looking for the bullet that it was. A couple years ago, we had, before the second bullet was enacted, we had a situation where we had an interaction with SROs and students. And I went down to talk to their chief about what happened. And at that time, they didn't wear body cameras. And so to get the full information of what happened in that incident, I didn't have it. I had a dashboard camera that we looked at together to see what happened. So now, one of our bullets is, or one of our agreements is they have the body cameras on when they're interacting with students. So I think that's a very important thing to bring, I guess, an idea of safety or emotional safety with our students, that everything that the SRO is doing would be recorded. Also, we have some very specific, directions in here on how they're supposed to report. We have weekly reports. We'll start providing those to the board again. We also have in here that if students want to interact with them as mentors or role models, that's an option. So having 2 on campus, that really hasn't worked out in that manner. We just really haven't had the time there. However, if we were to go to 3, there might be. Now, when I talked about going to 3, I wasn't just trying to tease you on that idea. The next step would be to take the recommendation from the safety committee, share with you the cost and the contracts that we have with these 2, and get direction from the board on going forward and having a conversation with the city of Rancho Cordova on what a 3rd SRO would look like. And we have already had some preliminary conversations with the city of Rancho Cordova, and they have ideas too. So we're not going to go in and say we want it to look exactly like this. We want them to be a truancy officer only. We want to hear what they have to say, because the city of Rancho Cordova has SROs. They also have law enforcement personnel that work with their youth center. They also have law enforcement personnel that are assigned to the PAL program. So there's multiple youth serving officers in that community. So the question could be, how could this position perhaps leverage those other positions so that we have officers that are working with students that are ours in school, but also ours when they're not in school. Students that are ours when they're in school, but they're not ours when they're in the PAL program or at the youth center, and have that connectiveness with the officers and build those relationships. And I think that was one of the pieces of the puzzle that we were struggling with when we started looking at our SROs, was we had a breakdown in relationships. So if you go down to the bottom, you can look at the different contracts. Just to give you the total costs to the district, the total cost to the district for the SRO program is $533,000. And it's split between Folsom and Sacramento County Sheriff's Office with the breakdown below. And then if you go into those contracts, you can click open and look at them, and it shows all the different things that we have.
And these current the contracts on here would be to maintain what we currently have for the next school year.
Yeah, this is not adding a 3rd. Yeah, because we'd have to go talk to them and talk about the role, and it would be a different agreement. Yeah. So what I'm proposing is we discuss this, and then we bring this back at our next meeting and have this as an action item.
Yeah, these specific contracts, and then we can continue having the discussion if it makes sense to
on the 3rd.
To add that 3rd. Okay. Any questions from the board?
Not necessarily a question, more of a comment. I think that in the discussions of the safety committee meeting, we had lined out what these responsibilities of the SROs were, and by having them on a roaming schedule, we were really not hitting 2 of our bullet points for what we were really asking them to do. And overwhelmingly from staff, it was, they come by, they definitely are checking in, but the time frame for them to be able to be there, to be kind of visible for the kids, to be that kind of role model that we've kind of asked for them to be, wasn't really happening, and that there was a void that they've experienced for the last couple of years, and not having that kind of connectivity there. And there was a lot of staff from a safety standpoint too that are concerned about safety issues that we're having at Cordova High, and that was a very big request from them, just take a look at the social media. The fights are very violent and they're very, recorded and documented. And so anybody who's got any like questions about what that's looking like, you can definitely check out the social media pages. But from a staff perspective, a lot of them were saying, just that having that extra person be there on a more consistent basis. And I think there was discussion too that yes, it was at Cordova High, but that there would be options for Mills and that kind of whole block, that it wouldn't necessarily be just an SRO parked at Cordova High permanently, but be able to be at least within a distance, because if you are at Mather Heights and you had to roll to Cordova High, that is quite a bit of a distance. And so to be able to come and help control a situation, especially when you're talking about, if it's a Monday or Friday and you only have one on there and you really need two, that distance was really starting to be very problematic for them to be able to come and assist in some of those situations. So, is there opportunity for other funding sources possibly for a third SRO contract?
That's going to be our conversation with the city. Absolutely.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Reed, anything?
Yeah, okay.
I don't see any in-person cards. There is nobody online. So this will come back to us, it sounds like, I'm assuming at the next meeting.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Madeline?
Okay. Good evening, President Hui, the board, and Dr. Kaligan. I'm a parent of 4 children within the district at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. And when talking to parents about concerns that they have had on our campuses, safety has been number one each and every time. I've talked with staff and students as well, who share the same concerns with being and feeling safe on their campuses. The safety of our students and staff is of utmost importance to me, and our district has both a coordinator of safe schools as well as a community safety specialist, but we also need to continue partnering with our local law enforcement to keep our SROs at the same time. We continue to have situations on our campuses where we need both. This is one way that we can continue to work on building those positive relationships between our law enforcement staff and students. Let's also keep in mind that you can't work on building a positive relationship with local law enforcement if our students do not have any interaction at all. Not to mention, there are many calls that our admin must make where an officer needs to be involved with a situation at hand. A few months into the current school year, I actually sat down with our Rancho Cordova SROs. We discussed concerns as well as needs. And one of those needs is very clear. We need to have that third SRO back on our Rancho Cordova side. I know that the Folsom area has also had many concerns, and it would be good to take a look at potentially adding back that third SRO on that side of our school district community as well. It is unfortunate, though, as we did previously have that third SRO on both sides of the district before this current contract. There are too many times that they are receiving multiple calls from different schools sites, but they can't be at them all at once. That was one of the main concerns when we did sit down and talk. This also makes it extremely difficult, although they do try their best to create those other opportunities to serve and be there for our students on a different level. We simply can't put a price tag on safety, and although we know that we do not have a limitless supply of funds, we understand that, there are things that can be done to make sure funds that are being spent elsewhere are being spent wisely, so that way we have the funding needed for this upcoming contract, among other needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so this one will come back to us as it is right here. We'll continue having the discussion. So thank you, I appreciate all your work on this, and thank you to the Safety Committee for their continued work. Okay, brings us to item 14D, Student Athlete Injuries Tracking Report.
And this request is coming to you tonight as a request from the February 1st meeting. Information on safety measures we have in place, how we track athletic injuries at all of our schools, what training we give our site. So there is a presentation that Mr. Maroon, our Director of Athletics, will be sharing this evening. So welcome, Mr. Maroon.
Good evening, Dr. Kaligian, President Hui, members of the board, and esteemed leftover guests. I need the clicker. So first of all, I want to thank the board for asking for this information. Anytime that you review information and you take a look at how each site is doing it, obviously it opens up your eyes, and there's some things we can always work on. So first, I wanted to share with you kind of what it is that, the information that we're looking at. So introduction, board policy, administrative regulations regarding it, California Ed Code regulations, coaches clearance, current practices, and next steps. With that, all coaches are expected to use sound judgment in the performance of their duties and take reasonable and commonly accepted measures to protect our health, safety, and well-being of our students. That's in everything that we provide to them in regards to training, support, CIF expectations, whether middle school or high school. We hold our coaches to the same standards across the board. Obviously, there's lots of training in place to get to be a coach in our district, or even a volunteer with an athletic team. There's a plethora of things that you have to go through and certifications, and some of them are annual and some of them are every 2 years. So it's not just one and done kind of a thing. With that, safety for students shall be the first consideration for all athletic practices and events. We ask our coaches, walk the environment, walk around, see if there's something there that needs to be picked up, something that's glaring, that's an issue that needs to be addressed. I'm constantly inundated with phone calls or pictures of things that need repairs. And I will say, Mr. Bonovich, our head of our maintenance, is phenomenal at getting things taken care of in a very quick and timely fashion. With that, coaches shall take appropriate measures to provide safe, healthy experiences for our participants and helpers in athletic programs to minimize the number and degree of seriousness for athletic injuries and related illnesses. For all athletic practices and competitions, safety procedures shall be implemented that comply with the board policies, state policies and regulations, the requirements for the California Interscholastic Federation, and coaches need to be proactive and communicate with parents any minor injuries to solicit parent support. A lot of times our parents expect us, hey, something goes on, call me first, don't just call an ambulance. Otherwise, if there's something that needs to be addressed by an ambulance, please call an ambulance first, then call me later. We take all kinds of precautionary measures to ensure that we communicate with our parents and make sure that if something we know that doesn't seem right with our athletes, that we communicate with them so that can be addressed. If an athlete has sustained a serious injury, student accident reports must be completed, given to the site administrator, and then submitted to the compliance department for our district or with our risk manager, Cheryl Sharp. If an athlete has sustained a concussion, we have concussion protocol. Coaches have to go through training every 2 years on what that concussion protocol is and be certified. They must follow that protocol. It is a CIF requirement, also a state of California requirement. And of course, they must complete and submit the student accident report, again, to our compliance department. When a player has sustained a serious injury and may be aggravated by continued participation in a game or a practice, the coach shall obtain permission from the physician before the player re-enters the game or participates to practice. In other words, just like in PE, if you're out of PE for 3 days, we need a doctor's note saying why you're going to be out, and then we accommodate based on the doctor's note and what we're supposed to do there. Same thing with athletics. If a student breaks a leg, for instance, they're out until they come back with a doctor's note saying that it's okay for them to participate. Otherwise, we're putting them in jeopardy and putting ourselves in jeopardy. So we do have board policy on desire to employ highly qualified coaches for the district sports and interscholastic athletic programs in order to enhance the knowledge, skill, motivation, and safety of our student athletes. California regulations, districts shall determine whether a temporary athletic coach is knowledgeable, competent in the area of care and prevention of athletic injuries, basic first aid, and emergency procedures. Administrative regulations, and I'm not going to read all of it to you, it's kind of spelled out there. And there is a part that I will mention, number 3 there. It says a valid emergency medical technician, an EMT. We have a few of them, but that's not the majority of our coaches. It's basically one of those 5 things they need to complete. For us, it's typically first aid, CPR training, AED machine training as well. So just recently, the state CIF adopted the wet bulb measurements. So now the air quality, for instance, if it's too hot outside, we have to use a meter to determine whether it's not playable or surface or not. That's a state regulation. It's not an option that we have. And it's not just in one location, it's in any outdoor facility. So obviously safety is a premier function of what we do in athletics. So what are those district requirements? Coaches must complete the following health training certifications to be cleared. First aid, CPR, automated external defibrillator, concussion in sports, sudden cardiac arrest, heat illness prevention. If a student sustained an injury, we'll provide basic care as needed. That includes obviously providing a Band-Aid, ice, et cetera, contacting 911 for serious injuries, and then contacting parents to inform them of the nature of the injury, and then recommend medical support, and then notify administrators of the incident. So when our teams do travel, coaches have access to emergency forms. When parents register the student to be a part of the athletics, one of the things they do is give us permission to act on their behalf when they are not there, obviously for away competition or at practices. Additional content. So student accident reports. What do we do with that information? How does it go? Where does it go? What, and so forth. So with that, there's a report that shows the reason or the dates and the comments for students that are not present. That's in PowerSchool, but that's not it's coded very generically, so it's not easy for us to pull that information out of there. It'd be difficult to search under the comments related for injuries to suffer, so that's part of the accident report. That's difficult to do if you put it in PowerSchool. As a result, we use a particular form that is tracked, that is maintained in our compliance department with risk management. And then, of course, we have, in the last 7 or 8 years to date, we couldn't find any issues that came back from our insurance companies saying, we got a claim against, an athlete made a claim against some kind of injury sustained in our school district. Okay, so far, no claims from insurances. We'll keep our fingers crossed for that. And then parents who opt to purchase insurance do so out of their own pocket to participate in sports, for instance. That's not an option. You have to have insurance in order to participate. Most of our sports, or all of our sports, require that they have medical insurance. If they can't provide one, we do have options for them to look at and purchase at a cheaper rate to cover for that sports season. So typically in the world of sports, parents' medical insurance covers whatever injuries do happen. After that, typically the household insurance, believe it or not, will cover up to a certain portion. And then if the medical bills exceed that, then they can put in a claim with the district for our insurance company to look at and determine if that needs to be something that we need to address. So the district does not carry insurance for students. Parents are notified during their registration process every single year. And then current practices. When a student accident report is filled out, any injury on and off the practice during FCUSD sponsored activity events, where there are injuries, especially a head or a blood injury, for instance, we identify what needs to be done in the immediate situation. Most of the time, and a lot of our coaches, our athletic directors, our administrators, they've been around enough to see if it's something serious, they're gonna call 911 first and ask questions later, okay? I remember the first game we had at Folsom High Stadium with a synthetic turf, and there was a lot of caution. People were concerned about that. I remember it was against Laguna Creek, and I still remember a vivid image when a kid from Laguna Creek went up to intercept the ball in the back of the end zone, and his legs were taken out from underneath him. He caught the ball and came down, landed on his head. And I remember everybody rushing, and the kid jumped up and like, what are you guys doing? Paramedics, coaches, it was one of those things you saw, you thought, okay, this kid's injured. So we all ran out there, but reality was, he was fine. But again, that's just an example of, we've been around long enough to see what's happening, and got lots of people there to support that and understand that. How's staff trained? Annually, email reminders throughout the season, throughout the year, in person at administrative assistant meetings, principal meetings, health program meetings, annual coaches clearance process, and part of our coaches handbook. So I went back and I thought, okay, well, this is a great question. How are we addressing it? And I just pulled out the first coaches handbook that we created back in 2018, and I tagged on here exactly what we said. And I thought, wow, we have a one-liner. Fill out an accident report. Okay, so since then, what have we done? And obviously now it's 3 different parts of the athletic handbook. It does state under required reports what the coach is supposed to do: complete an accident report for any student injury related or accident. In addition, if the student athlete has suffered a concussion, complete the concussion report for and submit both to the district business services accident report and a concussion protocol report. And then as you go through the handbook for the coach, it does state it yet again towards the end when it talks about key points, or what's the title of this? Oh, summary of key points to remember. And it states it again in an entire paragraph saying what you need to do, where that information goes. So this is what goes out to our coaches. Our expectation is they read this and sign this as part of their requirements to be a coach with our district.
Peter, could I ask real quick, update, when did that update take place?
2/20.
Okay.
Yeah. 218 was our first one, and like I said, it was a one-liner, so obviously something happened between then, and we're like, okay, we need to clean that up and add to it. And of course, that's probably about the same time that the CIF changed their heat illness prevention, added the cardiac arrest, and also the concussion protocols changed from when they first came out with it until now. Since 2021-22, we had 23 sports injuries. Please note, there's about 3,484 athletes at the time. 2022-23 had 28 sports-related injuries. These are ones that were, the accident reports were submitted to the district. That's where we track those. And then again, there was about 3,700 athletes participating that time. And this year, to date, there's about 31 injuries that have been reported. And the number of athletes has increased 2 to 3% every single year. Actually, Cordova High School increased 10% this year alone. So number of kids participating in sports is going up every single year. We're going to expect to see those kind of injuries also increase. All right, so what's our next steps? After looking at this and reviewing this information and sharing it with athletic directors and our assistant principals, we've come to the conclusion that we need to do a better job of constantly reminding individuals about this. Having a designated coach, for instance, or person per team that's responsible. If there's an incident that happens, they're the ones responsible getting that filled out and submitting it to the school admin assistant to be submitted to the district. And that's typically the process. So we've had conversations at our three high schools, as well as our middle schools, that who's your designated coach? I hate to say it, a lot of times our head coaches, their minds are not where they need to be after a game. They've got all kinds of things going on. So there needs to be a coach or somebody, an assistant. And some of our schools have trainers. The trainers can fill this out as well. We've also talked about athletic directors ensuring when an injury happens at a particular event, we're going to hear about it, whether it's from the parents, from the kids, from the coaches. So our first train of thought should be is, okay, was this situation taken care of? Is the kid okay? What needs to be done? Have you filled out an accident report? Okay, and that's got to be that common practice. We talk about increasing awareness at each of our school sites, tracking forms so that they're used for site to ensure injury reports are being filled out, annual training for our coaches, administrators, and support staff. And one of the things we talked about doing this coming year is doing a district-wide head coaches meeting 3 times a year. So not having Cordova do their own and Folsom do their own and Vista do their own, but bringing them all together for the fall sports, the winter sports, and then the spring sports, and so that all the head coaches are getting the same message across the board. That's the only way we can really ensure that. And this way, we can also get our coaches to communicate with each other and maybe share some, different tidbits of what they do differently or how they track some of this stuff. That's part of it. And then creating a check-in and check-out process for injury students with site staff. So when a student gets injured in PE, they bring in a doctor's note. What do you do with that doctor's note? The PE teacher hangs on to it. When the student gets a clearance, they get that, they attach it, they either put it in the student's file or it's provided to the counseling center where it goes in their CUME file so we can track it. This way, there's a check-in and check-out process. We can do the same thing with athletics. With the trainers that we have at 2 of our schools, we are working on a 3rd one, they are required to keep a log. So if somebody comes in to see them during, not practice time or anything of that nature, but they have office hours, for instance, if they see a student for an injury or something of that nature, they're going to keep a log of when they saw that student, the date. They might note something about, what they provided or support they provided, but they're not going to put in their specifics and the reason why be violating, health code. So we don't want to do that. Okay. With that, I did look up specifically, if you want me to break it down for you, school by school, and how many injuries we've had in different areas. I do know that we have some outstanding accident reports. Even though the injury takes place on a certain date, there's no requirement that you have to do it right away. That's the expectation. But if, I've gone to a number of events and I'm thinking to myself, hey, I remember this kid getting hurt. Did you guys fill out an accident report? No. Well, fill it out and send it in. Let's get that taken care of sooner than later. Questions?
Questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Clark.
Thank you, Peter. You talked a little bit about, I think it was on page 6, implied consent of being able to treat these athletes, especially if they're away. I'm just kind of curious. I know that the coaches have to go through the protocol and the packet of being CPR certified, is it just like let's take the football analogy. Is it just the head coach, OC, DC, or is it everyone?
Every coach, volunteers included.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even down to maybe football, the chain gang?
No, our chain gang, no.
Well,
We
whatever.
don't require them to do first aid CPR. So coaches who are volunteer 2 categories,
right,
they're required to go through the same process. Category 1 volunteers, that they don't go through that.
They don't have to?
No.
Okay. Just wondering that extra layer of,
Yeah, but I think with football, obviously during practice is different, but during games, we also have ambulances out there that's required.
Right. Well, yeah,
So you got
obviously.
paramedics, as well. So you got lots of support in place to get, services as soon as possible.
Then I know the football games, they have obviously the ambulance that has the AEDs. What
Right.
about like track meets, basketball games? Are those AEDs on site?
Right, every one of our campuses has access to those. And next year, the CIF has put into place, you have to have one within 3 minutes of any particular location. So any athletic facility within 3 minutes, you have to be able to get to an AED machine. So we put them, strategically on each part of our campuses. I know we're gonna have to review it again now that the rules have changed for the CIF.
Well, I mean, like basketball, I mean, of course you'll have an AED on campus, but do you have one in the gym?
Yeah.
Because you're saying 3 minutes, that can,
Right. Most of them have in the main campus, in the performing arts centers, in the main gyms, or in a proximate location, because, auxiliary gym versus main gym, it could be somewhere in the hallway in between the two.
Okay.
To make it easy access. And majority of our wrestling rooms are nearby the gyms as well, so that makes it easier. But anywhere we have a large venue, that's typically where we have them. And I think, if I remember right, Folsom High had 6 AED machines, Cordova High was at 4, and Vista was at 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So,
I think I asked that question maybe many
Yeah.
moons ago about how many AEDs do we have on campus.
right. And we're gonna revisit that now that got this 3-minute requirement, we're gonna have to look at that. Each of our schools is also required to have an emergency preparedness plan for any kind of action, and that was mandated by the CIF a few years back. That includes when you call the paramedics, you are giving them specific location of what gate to enter, what location to enter, and where to be found. And then also, like, what are the nearby hospitals, so that to tell parents, hey, they were going to this hospital, they're going to that hospital. That's all spelled out in our emergency preparedness. We kind of went above and beyond that. We added in there, like, if there's a lightning strike, where should you be and where should you not be? Like, don't stand on the bleachers. So we added those parts and pieces in there. Our schools are also used as emergency evacuation centers for a community need or for something of that nature. So we also identified access points for our local responders so they know where to access different areas as needed for use for those kind of purposes.
Yeah, and I'm also glad that you brought up the AQI, Air Quality Index, because I know a few years ago we had to cancel a couple of games. I think it was 2 at Cordova and 1 at Folsom because we couldn't get the air quality down. So I'm glad that that's actually still in place. But
Yeah, I'll give kudos to Matt and his team. We look at all of the heat index that's created by our synthetic turf field. So what's the difference between the colors, the difference between what the infill is and no infill. So we kind of maintain and trying to keep up with all the different techniques that change over the years or manufacturing. So that's one of those things that's going to help us out.
awesome, thank you.
On this slide on number 1, provide a Band-Aid, ice, et cetera. What are our protocols and what do we, for like our first aid kits, and like who provides those? Does that come out of the team's budget? Does that come out of site budget? Where does that, and what are our protocols? And how often do we check the kits to make sure that they're restocked with products and everything like that?
That's the responsibility of each of the athletic directors of each of our sites. To ensure that each team, especially when they travel, that they have access to a first aid kit that they travel with, and it should be stocked, fully stocked. Every year, we'll spend an average of $3,000 to $4,000 just restocking those things, making sure because you can't use an outdated ice pack that's just not going to work. They have a life expectancy. So it's up to our athletic directors to go through and update those kits to make sure they're fully functional. And then depending on the team, they'll have different requirements for, what kind of stuff they want to carry with them. Some will have more athletic tape than others. Some will have like the wooden, check your tonsil kind of a thing. That's for broken fingers and so forth. Others want to use actual splints. So it just depends. Our trainers at Folsom and at Vista have taken over that role to ensure that. With the help of Mr. Bonovich and his crew, our athletic training room at Cordova High School is being completely remodeled. The intent is to get that facility up to par and then work on getting a trainer that will come in and work at Cordova High School to support the students there.
Perfect. And so then I'm assuming that all the medical equipment then doesn't come out of team budgets, it comes out of site budget.
Yeah, it should come out of athletic budget for the site.
For the site, yeah.
'Cause it's
Yeah, but
gonna
not
be
like
for everybody.
individual team,
Right.
like they got to fundraise for their medical equipment type.
Well, like I said, some teams, they want more stuff than others, and that's fine.
So the extras they would
Yeah.
take out. Okay, thank you.
Others, questions from the board? I do have, I don't know, at least a couple probably. I asked for this item to come to us, partly just, out of concern that there's doesn't seem to be much of a model to determine the impact of sports on our students, both in good and sometimes in harmful ways. I mean, all my kids have competed in sports in high school, really have appreciated that. But I think we ought to be able to be willing to look at something that we often treat kind of as a golden cow in a unbiased way. And I think this is one of the ways we can look at this in determining, if we notice there's a sport where there's just a tremendous amount of injuries, we might want to have a discussion around what we're doing about that.
Sure.
Particularly as we're building a new high school. So there were a couple of things that concerned me, and then I'll have some questions. I know you have the statistics. I know I received, just through asking some questions on January 3rd, our winter sports injury tracker. It was really shocking, frankly, to see that Vista del Lago flag football had more combined injuries than Cordova High and Folsom High football combined. And Vista del Lago flag football had 2 injuries reported. There were 0 injuries reported with Folsom High football and Cordova High football in the fall season. So something in this is very broken. I really appreciate that you've put the effort into trying to figure out how do we go about fixing that. Sounds like you're putting some really good practices into place. But to me, that is really concerning. I know we haven't had any liability issues. Very concerned if a student was injured and it wasn't reported, and then that student came back and got re-injured. Well, both, I don't want that for the student, and I would be concerned that we would have some liability on that. I also think, putting this on the coaches probably is the only way to do it, because they're the only ones out there every day. And I don't think there's a gentle way to say this, but coaches want their players to play. So it's also a system that might not actually work. And I don't think they're doing that to try to harm their players at all. I think they want really good things for their players, but they're obviously biased. So, I'd encourage us to be kind of creative about how we're thinking through who is tracking this. I don't know the answer, because you can't have an AD out there at every sport. You can't have a person with a clipboard at every sport looking for injuries. But something right now is kind of broken when we have 2 football programs that aren't recording any injuries. Vista del Lago, by the way, recorded 8 injuries. I imagine that's still probably pretty low. I don't know if you know how many football players there are throughout all 3 high schools. I would assume it's well over 150 between all of our programs.
153 at Folsom High School, you have 135 at Vista, and you have 72 at Cordova.
Yeah, so between Cordova and Folsom, 220, 230 football players. We know it's not realistic that nobody got injured. So we definitely need to figure out how to get this fixed. Like I said, I appreciate that you're working on figuring that out. I think we ought to probably continue to track this. I wouldn't mind if the board even received a report maybe at the end of every year, sometime in June, to see what injuries happened throughout that year and in the different sports that they happened, so that we can make some informed decisions about our programs. But also can see, if there are any red flags popping up, like a sport like football not reporting any injuries.
Right.
The other, the student action report we talked about on page 7, I don't imagine this is a high number. One of the things that made me start thinking about this was, how do we even determine how many days are being missed of school because of sports injuries? And it sounds like that's really difficult to figure out because of HIPAA and FERPA, and Power School is not really made to do this. But I do think we should try to think as outside of the box as we can to figure that out so that we have that information ready to go. None of those were questions. I said I'd have questions, and I just threw a bunch of comments at you. But,
I was waiting for a question in there, but I didn't hear one.
yeah, I mean, the main question is, and we don't need to answer this. We don't need to just look backwards. But the questions I have both are, how did we get here where this isn't something that's a regular part of our practice, and then how do we creatively get to a place where we actually know what's going on? I think this is a good start, but as you mentioned, because of some of the challenges we have, we probably need to figure out some more ways to go about this, just so we have an idea. And we've had conversations about this. Both an idea for the harm that's being done to our students, as well as you can't overestimate the cultural impact of a Folsom High football team, right, on the campus and outside in the community. Right. So, how do we put those two things together to make really good choices? That's really what I want to be looking at. So, yeah, I guess no questions, but a lot of concern, a lot of appreciation for looking at this. And I love the plan of having the coaches all meet together and work together. I think the updates on the guidebook are really helpful, but also we all know, we've all received those before, and it's hard to remember that, as you said, when you're out there in the middle of practice with your rugby players. So I would love to maybe if the rest of the board's okay with it, just an information item around some of these statistics at the end of the school year when we've been able to collect all the information. I imagine, it sounds like maybe you even have some updates since this January one. So that coming back to us would be really helpful.
Yeah, since you mentioned this back in January, I remember 3 injuries at Folsom High football, and I'm like, where are those incident reports? So I contacted them and said, I remember this event, and this event, where are the reports? So those have been submitted. Even at Cordova High School, we had a student who messed up his knee and was out for the rest of the year. I'm like, hey, coach, where's that report? Get it filled out, submitted ASAP. And again, it reminded me that we need somebody other than the person who's immediately there dealing with it to kind of keep track of it and keep in mind. And, when you look at it from an administrative perspective, you start thinking differently. I remember as an athletic director, I'd go to a baseball game and a ball would get hit out of the ballpark. And I'm thinking, man, there goes $6. Somebody better track that down, right? Now it's like you see a kid showing up to an event, sporting event, with something on their ankle, wearing, a brace or something. You're like, where did that happen? Did you do that here? Did we fill out a report for that? So we have to change our mind in the way we do that. There's a huge stigma with parents. They don't want to tell you if their kid's injured. Especially like a program at Folsom High. But any parent doesn't want to tell you that their kid's injured because they don't want, that stigma to be added to them. But your attendance question is spot on. Kids will, want to miss school for all kinds of different reasons, not because they don't want to miss them, because if they do, they can't participate in sports. So, that one is not I don't think it's that big of an issue as far as the attendance piece goes. But definitely we can do a better job just looking at this, all the medical stuff that's come out in the last few years from National Federation of High School Sports. This year alone, they put out a report on ACL tears for high school athletes youth athletes, not just high school athletes, because they found in the last 10 years, it has quadrupled, and doctors across the country are starting to communicate. And part of it is that you have these athletes who are year-round, and they're specialized in this particular sport, and that's causing more damage. Now it's more common to see an 8-year-old who has an ACL tear, So it is definitely, right on the radar of everybody's looking at this. It's the spotlight that at a conference, the state conference this last week, they talked about the medical requirements and the need for us to be more diligent in doing a better job of tracking this stuff and having those difficult conversations with parents, So this is perfect timing for all of it.
Yeah, that's really interesting to hear, especially it's much more nuanced than kid plays a sport and they get hurt. But how do we train people to what to play year round, what not to play, and work with parents on that. So, well, I definitely appreciate you letting me get on my soapbox for a minute with that. Appreciate your work.
I've worked with FAA and RCAA to make sure that, hey, we got to start looking at this year-round sports stuff. So youth sports, typically rec sports, don't play year-round. It's the travel teams, it's the competitive teams, and a lot of times we don't have any control over them. But we can definitely get the message out to our parents so that they become more aware of it.
Yeah, so great. Well, thanks, Mr. Rooney. Other questions or comments from the board? Looks like I can't tell if David's trying. No? David has one. Yeah.
Hit unmute. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, for bringing this forward and raising this issue. Either, our high schools have found the secret sauce that every NFL team needs to consult with them on how to avoid injuries, or we just haven't been fulfilling our responsibilities. And I think we know which one is the answer. It's something that honestly, I hadn't given much thought of until you raised the issue. But you're spot on. You are absolutely spot on for raising this issue. It's something that needs to be discussed. It's something that needs to be reported. It's something we need to learn from. It's something that, we can help students in the future with this information to prevent injuries, to help them in their health. And so, yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. President, for making this an issue. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reed. All right, well, thanks again. Yeah, looking forward to some updates and seeing what we can do with this. Okay, that ends the item D, brings us just a couple more left. Item E, first read board bylaw 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits.
This is coming to our board as a first read. It went through our policy committee, but I want to thank our student board members for asking, if we will be taking action on the Assembly Bill 275, which was passed in October and went into effect in January, that now authorizes governing boards to reimburse and award our student board members with either elective credit or financial compensation as determined by the board. And previously, we talked before the law was changed about offering a scholarship of up to $500 at the conclusion of the student board member's term, which became part of our policy. And we plan to leave that there after talking about it with our policy subcommittee. But what we did change, and if we can pull up that policy, Rochelle, it's not a major change in the wording, but it's going to be a major impact for our student board members that they would be able to be reimbursed at the same rate as all of our board members. And it's a monthly amount of $462. So if you see there in that first paragraph, each member of the governing board, including student board members, may receive a monthly compensation. And then in the second sentence there, student board members shall be compensated in the same manner as regular board members beginning January 1st, 2024. So then it would be consistent with when the law changed. And again, we had some discussion around this at our policy subcommittee. And right now our policy reads, no matter how many more board meetings our board members go to, it's $462 a month. And I know this year and previous years we've had more than the 2 board meetings that we typically have in a month. But we're going to keep it consistent, which is a monthly amount. So if we look at retroing it back to January 1st, when the law changed, with the board's approval, then we would be able to reimburse our existing 2 student board members from January 1st, 2024 to the end of this school year, and which would be the end of June, because there's 2 board meetings in June too. So that amount is almost $6,000 for half a year, basically. So, and this would be coming back to the next meeting. I'm sorry, 6,000 would be for the whole year. So for the half a year, that's this year, it would be almost 3,000. But if Van runs next year again and happens to be sitting in that seat next year, there's that possibility. So any questions from the board or comments?
Yeah, I would just say I appreciate you guys. Well, I mean, the work that you do here, definitely. I mean, you put in as much time as we do with all that you're doing. And I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I think it was in San Diego, right, that they had started this. It's well-deserved. So I'm very excited for this to come back to us at our next meeting and make sure you guys get that compensation. So yeah, thank you for all your work. Mr. Reed, any questions or comments?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, great. So this will come back to us.
Can it come back as consent? Is there agreement for that?
That's
Okay.
great.
We
So
will do that.
consent on May 2nd. And then that brings us to item 4. I didn't take any comments. I don't see any public comments here in person. Any online? No. Okay. So then we'll go to item 14F. First read, Board Policy 5131.41, Use of Seclusion and Restraint.
Yes, and this is a new board policy for our district that has been developed in response to a requirement outlined by the Office of Civil Rights. And I want to thank Ms. Wessinger and her team that helped draft this policy. And we reviewed it with Policy Subcommittee at our April meeting. So you see it's all in red when you pull up the policy. And the original adoption date will be hopefully May 2nd when we bring it back. But if there are any specific questions that the board has, or Ms. Wessinger, if you wanted to add anything specifically to call out here, please do.
So previously, this lived in our special education policies and procedures, and with the Office of Civil Rights Resolution Agreement, this is one of the requirements, is that we have a board policy. And so not only does it live in red because it's a brand new policy we don't have, CSBA doesn't even have a model policy, so they will be creating a space within Assembly for this policy to be entered.
Great. Any questions from the board? Doesn't look like it. So this will come back to us as well. And I guess if it's okay with the board, if this one comes back on consent agenda as well, if there's anybody that's not okay with that? Sounds like that's okay then to come back on consent at the next meeting as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then that moves us to item 15, Superintendent Report.
Yes, thank you, President. I also want to share condolences on behalf of the district to the members of our district that have recently passed, Ray Goodman and Steve Hansen, and thank them for the many years of contribution towards our district and taking care of our facilities and also being a lead in CSEA, especially with Steve's role. And we share those sympathies with their families as well. And I also want to recognize some outstanding visual and performing arts teachers that were recently recognized by the Friends of Sacramento Arts event. I think it was their second annual event, and 2 of our high school teachers were recognized. They were nominated by their principals. Cordova High School's visual arts teacher, Natalie Eck, was recognized. And if you happen to go to their recent performance of Clue, was it Clue? No, Addams Family. They were selling some of their artwork that Miss Eck and her students had created. And then the second teacher was Vista del Lago music teacher, Alicia Mastal. So both of those teachers were recognized countywide, and it's a very formal event where the arts are celebrated, and we're glad to be part of that recognition and to have some amazing visual and performing arts teachers. And speaking of amazing staff, we also had one of our administrators recognized by AXA as the State Secondary Administrator of the Year. That's Dr. Terry Daniels. Her name was forwarded from our region recently to the state, and we just found out, I think within the last day or so, that Dr. Daniels will be receiving that award at the state level. So May 13th is the local event, and I think some of you might be joining us for the Region 3 event, and the state event is typically in the fall. We'll get more information as it gets closer, but we congratulate Terry Daniels. And then I also want to call attention that we're in the month of April, and as we celebrate diversity and the wonderful cultures in our district, we also recognize April as Arab American Heritage Month. And if you look on our website, there are lots of resources there for teachers, for students, for staff, and that's on our SEL Equity website page. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. On to item 16, board member reports. We'll start with our student board members. Mr. Melchior.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that the administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nisenan ancestral tribes, the Esto, Natomus, Nisim Pawenan to the north, and the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Amachume, Konsumne, Holpumne, and Mokelumne to the south, along with the great Sacramento River systems since time immemorial. We recognize and understand that this land, upon which our institutions are built, was once flourishing with natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous communities. We acknowledge the injustices and colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today. In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting the evolving vision of the Miwok and Nisenan communities for their land and people. We seek to learn and collaborate with their tribal partners, including the Wilson Rancheria, who are the descendants of the original people of this land. As the only federally recognized tribe in Sacramento County, Wilson Rancheria welcomes our acknowledgement and collaboration. We pledge to respect and honor the cultures, traditions, and lifeways of this indigenous peoples as we work together for the recognition and betterment of our communities and all future generations. And I just wanted to read it again and recognize that this is an inherent struggle that many of these communities face, and it's important that we recognize this. Equity is not political. As Dr. Kaligian said, this is a statement of equity. It's not red, it's not blue, it's equity. And the reason that we're implementing this statement is that we want to acknowledge our past, rectify the present, and ensure that our futures as FCUSD students, faculty, and staff is ensured. And we want to ensure that this history isn't erased and that it is highlighted as it is an important component of this district and our peoples across this district as well as our nation. And it's important that we bring also up racial equity, as many people have brought up that this is an ongoing struggle that does not fade away with the recognition of certain months. It's an ongoing struggle that should be highlighted day after day. Thank you.
Merrill.
You know, Matthew really took the words out of my mouth. Just imagine everything he said, I'm going to say, but in order to save time, yeah. I'd like to give a shout out to every student athlete that walked up here today. I know being a student in itself is extremely difficult in today's world, and being a student athlete on top of that makes it just so much more difficult. As a student athlete myself, I know it's very difficult balancing school and sports and practices, and you know, if there's injuries, you know, that might have an effect on your social life or your school life. And I just want to congratulate everyone who walked up on the stage and everyone who wasn't here, who couldn't get their award, and everyone back at home or back at practice who are doing their sports right now for the spring sports. Speaking of sports, our district swim teams tomorrow have championships. Cordova has their champs at the CRPD pool, which I will be participating in. And Folsom and Vista have theirs as well, but theirs is a 2-day event, which is crazy. I don't know how I could do swim champs for 2 entire days. 1 day is enough. But I just want to give good luck to everyone who is swimming, and I'd like to thank everyone who's hosting the event. CRPD, I'd like to thank the CRPD for hosting our event, and I'd like to thank the volunteers, the timers behind the blocks, you know, they're really the ones who run the event. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Loftus.
Thank you, Matthew, for reading that, and good luck at swim championships tomorrow. I wanted to also congratulate our winter sport athletes and thank you for coming to the meeting tonight. I would like to extend my well wishes to board member Melajor as he is receiving his college acceptance letters over the next few weeks, I'm sure. So we are thinking about you and hoping the best for you and everybody else that are also in that same boat. I would also like to just briefly kind of remind our board that while we do have an anti-political board policy, we also have an anti-discrimination board policy. And so I do want to make sure that when things come forward to us, whether we agree or disagree, we aren't making statements that could be discriminatory towards anybody in our community, in the room. And so just keeping those two things in mind, because those two things can kind of clash. And so I just want to make sure that we are ensuring that we are following both policies.
These microphones are very loud today. Wanted to thank all of our athletes and coaches, and always showing up and just showing academic and athletic excellence. I appreciate that. Got to attend the student art show last week. There was one piece of art that I was really interested in purchasing, but it was $1 trillion. So it was a little out of my budget. So I told Cheryl that if he is interested in dropping his price, I would definitely buy it. But some amazing pieces, and it was great to watch kids that were really tiny from preschool age all the way up to high schoolers, showing their artistic talents. And it was just a really cool, awesome experience, and being able to be there and then hearing the jazz band, which was amazing as well. Looking forward to the upcoming events. Just wanted to kind of remind everybody, next week is the 4th and 5th grade track meet at Cordova High School. So if you want to watch adults herding cats, that will be the place to go. And it'll be super cute, little shot putters, the cutest thing in the world. And then looking forward to going to celebrate our reclassified students. I think that's just such an amazing thing, and I'm really glad that we're doing a single event to celebrate their accomplishments. And just a reminder about our international night. So looking forward to those events and being able to participate in those.
Thank you. Mr. Reed. You're on mute. This time for real.
Yep. All right, there we go. All right, well, I want to start by recognizing the crimes that were committed against European Americans who came to the New World and were persecuted by the European nations for their religious intolerance that existed, and they had to come to the New World to escape from that. I'd also like to recognize the crimes that were committed against the Black Americans who came from Africa against their will and were enslaved. I think that is worthy of recognition and significant apology that we should all express at every possible occasion. I also would like to apologize or recognize the crimes that were committed against the American Indians. Obviously, they had inhabited this continent for millennia prior to the arrival of the European Americans, and they were treated very poorly. I also like to recognize the crimes that were committed by President Andrew Jackson prior to actually while he was president, and the crimes that the Trail of Tears that he committed against the indigenous people and the slaughter of them across this country and moving them against their will to territories and land across the country to inhabit on reservations. That definitely needs to be recognized. I'd like to apologize and recognize the crimes of the southern states that took place at the start of our great nation when they adopted a constitution that had recognized slavery. That should never have happened. And I obviously want to recognize and condemn the Civil War and the atrocities that took place during the Civil War. I also want to apologize and recognize the crimes that were committed against Black Americans after the Civil War in the Jim Crow laws and the voting prohibitions that were adopted because that should never have happened, and that needs to be recognized. I also want to apologize and to recognize the Japanese Americans who were interred by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who were displaced from their lands. Their lands were taken from them, and they were put in camps. Even though they were Americans, they were put in camps against their will, just because their heritage were of Japanese descent. That should never have taken place. I want to apologize and recognize all of the crimes that took place against the African Americans, the Black Americans that took place during the Civil Rights era. Obviously, none of that should have taken place either. It was despicable, and I think we need to recognize that. I want to also, recognize all of the crimes that took place against individuals who are of LGBTQ. Obviously, none of that should have, that intolerance should have never taken place. I think we need to recognize that. It's very important. So I also want to recognize our board policy that prohibits political activities. While I guess some of my colleagues perhaps see certain things as being political and not political, clearly there are things that are political and not political. Maybe it aligns with their politics and therefore it's not political, but the fact of the matter is it is in fact political. If we expect and hold our teachers to a certain level of expectation on politics, we certainly need to hold the board to the same level of criteria on politics as well. So that's all I wanted to share tonight. So thank you.
Mr. Clark.
That's going to be a hard act to follow. And I'm going to try to keep mine as short as possible. Many of you all watched March Madness. I know I did. I took part of that, but I was especially intrigued by the girls' March Madness tournament, in particular USC. If any of you all watched that game or the games, and I happened to tape all of them, there was a player there, Folsom's own, Mackenzie Forbes, and I am so proud of her and wanted to announce that she did get drafted the other night. She is a member of the LA Sparks, so it's just something that we really need to recognize and be proud of, that one of our students who played for Folsom Cordova is now playing for the WNBA, which is a growing sport. And I look forward to watching her next season and hopefully have an opportunity to travel down and watch her in action playing for the Sparks. There were a lot of emails that we as a board had received regarding Coach Chris Richardson from his former players who are now pro football players, requesting that we look at renaming Prairie City Stadium. And I think they were more looking at the field, naming it after Chris Richardson, and maybe it might be something that we can consider getting a naming committee together just to talk about it and see if it's even feasible. I know Coach Richardson, great coach. He mentored a lot of students, and I think he's deserving of it. But obviously, it's just me giving my own opinion. I would like to have the community, and hopefully, I don't know how that would work, Dr. Clegan, if we need to appoint a couple of people to put a naming committee together to see if that would work. And while we're at it, I was just thinking about my years in high school and how we were tormented by a particular team in Cordova, their football program. Now, keep in mind, back in, I want to say 1975, Cordova was #1 in the nation in football. Stellar program. And they continued that program on into the 80s. And I know Coach Max Miller was one of the coaches, and I think the other one, and Peter, you might know better than me, Dewey Guerrera. Yeah, was the other one. So, it's becoming a trend of, football stadiums being named after famous coaches. I know Grant has one after Dave. I can't remember his last name. Mike Alberghini. And even down at Central High, where that beautiful stadium is called Collegian Stadium. I think, well, not after you, but but anyway, I think it would be worth it on both sides to look at that to see if maybe RCAA or RCSAC would want to maybe dive into that and see if it's even feasible to name that stadium at Cordova, and then the community out in Folsom maybe taking a deep dive into looking at naming it after Coach Richardson. I would be interested to see how that panned out, obviously, with the board's consensus, if we can move forward with that. And that is basically it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I have no report tonight. This is item 17, advanced planning. Item A, next board meeting. We do have a special board meeting Saturday and Sunday, April 20th and April 21st. It is a closed session only for superintendent search. That's going to take place at Homewood Suites on White Rock Road in Rancho Cordova. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting is May 2nd, right back here. On to item B, the 12-month board calendar is there for your review. Item C, suggested future agenda items. Are there any items that board members would like to suggest?
I think just following up Mr. Clark's
So a
request.
Discussion around naming of the fields.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President?
One second, Ms. Reed. Sorry.
Both Folsom High and Cordova High.
Yeah.
Ms. Reed?
Yeah, I'd also like to see if we could get board consensus to revisit the board cell phone policy. It came to my attention that we actually are in violation of the board policy right now. We specifically identify grades K through 8 as being prohibiting cell phone, and we have a specific language related to high school that allows cell phones. However, we as a district have empowered Kinney High School to ban cell phones, which is actually in violation of our policy. So I'd like for the policy committee to revisit the cell phone policy to develop language that would address that issue. In particular, I guess I'd leave it to the policy committee for their discussion and their recommendation to the full board. But perhaps what we should reflect in the board policy is a certain amount of discretion that is provided to the principals of our high schools, given I guess allowing them to, communicate with the teachers and the employees of their site, and being able to, collaborate with the superintendent in making a decision at the high school level individually, not a uniform policy related to cell phone policy, which would be consistent with the practices that we have adopted with Kinney High School. So that's my my request for a future board meeting.
Ms. Reed, could I see if I can play that back? So that would be a discussion around aligning our current board policy with our current practices at Kinney High, as well as allowing other high schools that same opportunity, or having a discussion around what that might look like.
Mr. President, you said it so much more eloquently than I did, so thank you. Yes, that's exactly what I'd like.
Okay, it's much later where you are right now.
It's what is it? It's 1:13 in the morning.
So I'm open to that. Would the rest of the board be open to that? Looks like we have consensus around that. So thank you. Any other? Okay, great. Then item 18 is recess closed session and 19 is closed session agenda. We do not need to go back into closed session. So item 20, resume open session. We'll move to item 21, reporting out closed session, nothing to do there. And item 22, adjournment. As we mentioned earlier tonight, we will be adjourning tonight in the honor of Ray Goodman, who is a head custodian at Riverview STEM, as well as Steve Hansen, who's a retired custodian and building and grounds utilities worker, as well as CSEA job steward and former CSEA president. With that, we will adjourn unless there's any objection from the board. I don't see any. We are adjourned.